Um, Garcia had not deposed him before, hadn't reviewed the prior deposition, hadn't deposed any of the other experts, said there's been one deposition taken. I don't find there's any procedural prejudice. Anything else as to Mr. Yao's testimony?
Yes, Judge, at this point, we'd be requesting a double hearing with regards to Investigator Yao's additional testimony.
And have you filed a motion to that effect?
If we can move Investigator Yao to the afternoon, I'll draft one forward.
No, we're not going to do that. Your motion's not timely. We'll move on. Anything else?
Judge, at this time,
You can make an argument, but we're not going to have a Daubert hearing at this point in time.
if the court allows me to make
You may. I'm sorry.
in Investigator Yao's testimony yesterday, the premise of what he wants to testify is based on speculative fact after speculative fact. The only concrete evidence he has is that 49 inches from the ground is where the projectile entered the window. There is a slew of unknown factors, including the decedent's body location, the angle of the firearm, the way the firearm was positioned, the height of the firearm, just to name a few, and that his conclusion is not based on a scientifically reliable method because there are too many inconsistent, unknown factors that come into play. If the court allows this man to testify, what he's going to do is he's going to confuse the jury based on supposition and only one concrete factor, and that's what he elicited yesterday in his deposition. That he would take into account a slew of unknowns to make the assessment that the government is trying to elicit. Based on the one factor that he knows, which is the fact that the bullet wound, the entry position of the projectile into the driver's seat window of the Honda Accord was 49 inches, then the only legal or the only scientific conclusion that it can come to is that the shooter is between 5 feet and 6 feet tall. The other factors, which he clearly says he doesn't know, he takes into account and says, based on supposition and based on me believing X, Y, and Z, me assuming the shooter was holding the gun in a certain position without knowing this fact, without knowing the cornucopia of facts, he comes to a conclusion based on variables that he's applying himself, that he admits that he doesn't know are applicable in this case. And so any information that this investigator will give, who's already been qualified as an expert, will materially mislead this jury.
Okay. Mr. Takashi, you wish to be heard?
Not on this issue, Honor. It's on a different discussion.
Let's finish this first. Ms. Kappelman, you want to respond?
Judge, the science and methodology involved in assessing the path of a bullet between two fixed points is well established. There's nothing new or novel about the science or the methodology or how it was applied in Mr. Yao's opinion. It's just that you have to make a couple of assumptions in order for this opinion to be his opinion. And he's going to make that very clear to the jury, and it's fair game for cross-examination. Shooter has to be assuming a normal shooting stance, and the victim has to be seated normally in the vehicle. And there's, at the deposition, it was thoroughly explored. What if? If all these variables were different, then his answer would change. So I don't think that's, attributable to any type of new or novel science.
Mr. Sangood?
Well, Judge, very briefly, Judge. Just one factor that I'm going to put into the investigator Yao was talking about having a position where he assumes the firearm is at shoulder length. And he says that because that's how you're trained to shoot a firearm. He also went in to say that he doesn't know if the shooter was shooting, and his own words were gangster style. Our position is that Luis Rivera is a gang member and potentially shoots gangster style. So there's a slew of factors that even if the court allows me to cross-examine this witness, his opinion is going to taint the jury because he's qualified as a witness and he's going to be providing information on a slew of unknown factors.
I'm going to overrule the objection that the methodology in science is not anything novel. The basic explanation is not particularly confusing. It's based on very understandable thoughts of bullets basically moving in straight lines. Experts testify frequently based upon a hypothetical set of facts. That's essentially what we're doing. The variables are also not particularly confusing and can be easily brought out on cross-examination. So I don't see any potential for confusion to the jury. I'll overrule the objection. You had another issue, Mr. DeCosta?
Yes, Your Honor. This is something that came up at 8:27 this morning. As Your Honor knows, for 3 years, we've investigated this case, done a whole bunch of work on it. At 8:27 this morning, the state attorney's office listed Luis Rivera's attorneys, David Collins and Chuck Collins, as A witnesses. As Your Honor knows, we swore a jury on Wednesday. We don't have time to now be taking depositions of witnesses. I do believe that this is a discovery violation. We have not received anything from the state attorney's office saying that there was a recent change in testimony of Luis Rivera. I believe that this is just a late decision by the state attorney's office trying to put together their case, but unfortunately it came too late.
Ms. Katherine?
Your Honor, the case law that we have on this issue, we have 17 South 3rd 766. It's a 4th District Court of Appeals case. Trial court did not abuse its discretion in excluding exculpatory testimony defense witness who was not disclosed as a witness until after jury selection.
Ms. Katherine, respond.
Judge, in the defense's opening, they indicated that the attorneys for Mr. Rivera were engaged in some misconduct with the prosecution during the proffer of Mr. Rivera, in that information was spoon-fed to Mr. Rivera. It was alleged that Mr. Rivera's initial statement did not include Ms. Magbanua. That is not correct. It was alleged that information concerning Magbanua was spoon-fed through the attorney to the client so that he could change his testimony to add in Ms. Magbanua. That is not correct. So I think I'm entitled to rebut that more than suggestion. It's what they told the jury by calling these witnesses. It was not known to me that that would be the defense in this case until opening statement was made.
And who do you plan to call? I didn't understand both were involved.
They were both involved.
Sit down, Mr. Cox.
Yes, Your Honor.
So at what point in time would you anticipate calling one or both of them?
Possibly after the cross of Mr. Rivera. I haven't really gotten that far yet. Just knew we needed to list them after I heard that in opening.
I'm sorry.
I just knew we needed to list them after I heard that in opening. I would need to see what was done on the cross of Mr. Rivera. I would think it would come after that.
And when are you anticipating we'll hear from Mr. Rivera?
Possibly at the end of today, more likely early on Tuesday.
Early on Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
So what are so if this comes up as it was stated in opening, you're going to call both of them?
Potentially, yes, sir. I haven't had an opportunity to interview each of them. I know David Collins was present at the first meeting and Chuck Collins was present at the second meeting. So it might be prudent to call both to dispel the notion that either of them engaged in that type of conduct.
And it would be simply to deal with what came up in the opening statement about the way questions were relayed.
Yes, sir.
And what is their availability to be?
They have advised that they're available anytime they need them for that purpose.
Well, it would seem might be appropriate to have them deposed before we hear from Mr. Rivera, in case that would seem to give the defense more opportunity to know where they're going with Mr. Rivera.
Yes, sir. My thoughts then would be to schedule that for Monday. I can work on that
Tuesday.
this morning.
We're
The
not-
deposition could be done Monday,
Oh,
would be my suggestion. And then we could take it up with the court Tuesday morning. But I would not be able to put on Rivera today, so there's a potential for me to run out of witnesses again. I don't think that'll happen, but it could happen.
so y'all available to take their deposition Monday?
No. Your Honor, it's more than just, if I can,
You may.
it's more than just a deposition. There's investigation that needs to go into this. This is no surprise to the state attorney's office. This is trial by ambush. They knew from our questioning in many, many of the depositions that one of the issues that we had was the way that they did the questioning with Luis Rivera. This questioning was given to Luis Rivera.
Before I rule up, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to take a deposition. It's a matter of when, Mr. DeCosta. When do you want to do that?
If we can give you an answer by noon today, we've got to figure out a
No, we
time.
need to go ahead and contact Collins, their attorneys with the Schedule 2. We need to work it out, whether we're gonna do it late this afternoon or do it on Monday.
There's questions that I can't answer right now as to reporters, as to location. If Your Honor can just give us a few minutes to figure that out at the
We'll
availability.
give you a few minutes.
Judge, I can
Any
handle
other
the,
issues?
I can handle the court reporter and the location.
We would prefer to use our court recorders.
I mean, that's up to you, but if
All right.
that's gonna delay things, that's the only problem.
Your Honor, if I can add, because there's more to it.
No, I told you, you're gonna do a deposition and then we'll hear your objection.
Understood.
Any other issues?
Just for the record, that we're available whenever with regards to the deposition.
Okay.
Stuff
Anything else? All right, we'll take a few minutes, have a bathroom break, and we'll start with the jury. Have your witness in, please.
Yes, sir.
State your name again for the record, please, sir.
My name is Robert Sean Yao,
That's it.
spelled S-H-A-W-N, last name Y-A-O.
All right, we interrupted Mr. Yao's testimony the other day. You remain under oath, Mr. Yao. You may proceed, Ms. Ms. Kaplan.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Yao, is it Mr. Investigator?
Mr.
Mr. Yao. Yesterday, we discussed a little bit about your background, and I think you told us you did this type of work for 19 years at FDLE, and then how many years at TPD?
This will be my 6th year at TPD.
All right, and did you indicate that you had previously testified as an expert in the area of bullet path documentation?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I really don't know how many times. I've been declared as an expert in forensic crime scene analysis over 100 times.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would tender Mr. Yao as an expert in the area of crime scene analysis and also bullet path documentation specifically.
Either side wish to order.
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
All right, Mr. Yao, do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, I've done 2 depositions.
Couple
in this case.
depositions. Okay, I was actually referring to the first one. Were you given a hypothetical to answer some potential questions?
Yes, I was.
All right, and as a result of those questions that were posed to you, did you do some follow-up work?
Yes, I did.
What did you do to follow up after being asked certain questions at deposition?
I pulled the report that was generated by FS2 Maltese, as well as her sketches, as well as obtained the medical examiner's report detailing the injuries to the deceased. And I read both of those to do a comparison between information from the crime scene report as well as the medical examiner report.
And is that something that I asked you to do or something you did on your own?
I did it on my own.
All right, and as a result of that work, did you, I guess, what new information did you learn that was important to affecting your decision or your opinions in this case?
The medical examiner report I had not seen before, nor was I privy to the information with regards to the injuries the deceased had. In looking at the crime scene report and the report from the medical examiner and referring to the questions and the hypotheticals posed by defense counsel during the deposition, it was my opinion that using those assumptions that it was more consistent with a taller shooter rather than a shorter shooter having,
I've overruled your objection. Your objection's noted. You can proceed, Mr. Yap.
All right, so you say taking into account certain assumptions, this evidence in this case is more consistent with a taller shooter.
that's correct.
And what are the assumptions that have to be in place to render that opinion?
That the victim was sitting upright within the driver's seat, the door was closed, that the shooter was standing in proximity to the doorway of the car, and that they were standing in a more normal shooter's stance with the arm extended out with the handgun in the hand pointed toward the victim.
All right, and is there anything, I guess, tell the jury a little bit about the science that allows you to reach the conclusion that you did based on those assumptions.
In a scientific analysis, for trajectory analysis, there are certain things that are required. So without using these assumptions for trajectory analysis, you need two intervening points or two connecting points in order to determine the angle of impact or how a projectile enters into or how it travels. So an entry point and then a subsequent termination point or some other point that the bullets pass through, or that the item that the bullet passes through is of significant thickness to show the direction of travel, or that the hole is complete so that you can do a mathematical computation of angle, similar to bloodstain pattern analysis. Bloodstain pattern analysis. In this case, those things are not present. There is only a partial hole in the window. So using the only physical evidence is there and the information as to the height of the suspects or potential shooters, and then assuming that the victim is sitting upright, that the hole is 49 inches from the ground, and that you look at a 6 foot tall shooter and their shoulders about 59 inches from the ground, and looking at a shorter shooter that's about 5'4", that they're about 48 inches from the ground. And then looking at the angle of the trajectory through the deceased for the bullet pass, you see that there's a slight downward declination. It goes downward into the victim. So if they're looking out the window, a shorter shooter would be more parallel. The bullet would have passed through the deceased at a more flat line. If it went through the left cheek, you would expect it in approximately the same position in height to the back of the head with no declination. In this case, there is declination, which is more indicative of somebody being taller and aiming downward toward the victim from outside the car.
And when you say declination, you're referring to the angle that the bullet traveled through Mr. Markel's head from front to back. It traveled slightly downward.
That's correct. Right to left, front to back, slightly downward.
Okay, and that suggests that the bullet came from above him.
Yes, at a higher angle than where he's sitting in the view.
All right, and I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 8 to talk about the bullet hole in the window. Is this the bullet hole you're referring to?
That is correct.
This hole here, if you assume the door was shut, you don't really have to assume. We have to calculate that, correct?
That was made where I was not privy to that until recently, that the door was closed. This is how it was when I arrived on the scene.
All right, but assuming that the door was shut, the height of this hole, 49 inches from the ground, if those assumptions are in place, we've got Mr. Markel seated in his vehicle in a normal seated position, then, we've got two potential suspects in this case, one about 5'4" and one about 6'1". Is it your opinion that if all those things are in place, that the evidence is more consistent with the 6'1" person having done the shooting?
Yes.
No further questions.
Garcia.
Yeah, morning, sir.
Good.
Okay. You stated on your direct examination, to accurately determine trajectory, you need two fixed points, correct?
That is correct.
And in this case, we only have one, right?
That is correct.
And that one fixed point is and that one fixed point is the entry location into the window of the Honda Accord, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a 49 inches, right?
Yes.
And you testified before that with that one piece of known information that the shooter can be between 5 and 6 feet tall. Is that correct?
Using only that particular piece of information, yes.
And that's because that's the only real piece of information that you have, right?
That I can link together at the scene, yes.
The other factors that you're talking about with regards to how Mr. Markel was seated, you're assuming that he's seated upright, correct?
That is correct.
He could have been slouching down, right?
Or leaned over, or in a variety of other positions that you can be in within the driver's seat of a vehicle.
And we don't know exactly what position Mr. Markel was in when he was shot, correct?
That's correct.
Now, one of the things that you spoke about and that you discussed was a normal shooting stance, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and a normal shooting stance is kind of what you teach. If someone wants to go to learn about how to shoot a gun, that's what you're talking about. How you're taught by a firearm expert how to hold and how you should stand to shoot a firearm. Correct?
correct.
Okay. Are there other ways to hold a firearm?
There are a variety of other ways. It's all dependent on the individual that decides to shoot the weapon.
Is there a shooting style called gangster style?
There is a colloquial called gangster style for a style of shooting that has been portrayed both in movies, TV, video games.
And can you show me what a gangster style position is?
That type is usually associated with somebody standing and the weapon turned sideways, extended from their body, not in a normal shooting style.
Correct. It's not what they would teach you at a shooting academy, correct?
That is correct.
Did you see a sketch of the position of the deceased at any point?
No, I did not.
Did you take into account the height of the chair, of the seat in the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Do you believe, without knowing the position of the decedent at the time of the shooting, that you can give an accurate depiction and give an accurate opinion as to the height of the shooter?
What I can say is there is no ability to do a trajectory analysis based solely upon the physical evidence that's found at the scene because it's only a singular hole without a connecting point.
So the answer is no.
Well, an analysis cannot be performed.
Correct. So, right. Could you determine what the position of the shooter was at the time of the shooting?
I'm sorry, could you be more specific?
The person that expelled the firearm, do you know the position that they were in at the time of the shooting, where they were spatially in terms of the garage? Were they directly in front of the window? Can you tell that based on the bullet hole?
Based upon the hole that was in the window, it could be anywhere between the A and B pillar on the driver's side of the vehicle. It's not like they were toward the hood or toward the trunk. It had to have been in close proximity to that driver's side door with it closed.
There are two entrance wounds to the victim, correct?
Yes,
The entrance wound to the nose area of the victim has stippling on it, correct?
yes.
At what distance would you expect to find stippling?
That's a firearms question or a medical examiner question. Stippling, it's dependent upon what creates it.
If you think that's out your area of expertise, please tell us that.
Distance determination should be in stippling patterns as far as how far a weapon should be answered by a firearms examiner.
That's fair, Judge. So just to review, to give the analysis that the government gave, that you gave, that the shooter is more likely to be 6 feet than 5'4", we would have to assume that the victim is standing upright. I'm sorry, that the victim is sitting upright,
Yes,
that the door was closed,
correct,
and that the shooter was in the normal shooting stance, correct?
correct.
If any of those variables are altered or different than the ones that were given in your hypothetical, would that change your analysis?
Any alteration may cause slight deviations in the consistency of my opinion. The more variations, the more discrepancy or deviations you'll see.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Thank you for watching with me. I can't go on cam because I've got my grandson here, but I hope you're enjoying watching this replay.
If you may indulge me, Mr. Yao, could you show me what a proper normal shooting stance is?
You want him to stand up?
If the court would afford me that opportunity.
Sure. Once you stand up, they might be able to see you better.
Normal shooting stance for somebody that is target shooting or has been taught is usually with the arm extended, so the sporting arm, and facing downward like this, or bringing the firearm up so that the sight picture comes up and level to the eye so that you can obtain a proper sight picture. Now, there are individuals in places that will teach you to fire without a single hand or without the supporting hand, or you're firing single-handed. And it's not uncommon to see people fire in this manner. But usually it's so that the firearm, when it discharges, causes the recoil to come up the arm into the shoulder so there's not so much kick.
So if someone is 6
Let him
foot,
sit down.
thank you, Judge. Mr. Yao, so if somebody's 6'1", would it be fair to say that their shoulder, roughly, the height from the floor to their shoulder would be around what, 60 inches?
It's about 59 inches, 59 to 60 inches would be probably a good ballpark.
And the entry wound, the entry location, not the entry wound, strike that, the entry location into the window was 49 inches, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Magbanua.
Yes, Your Honor. Very briefly. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
The questions that you were asked during deposition, that was me that asked you those, right?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2019.
I believe so.
And you were helping me understand better your expertise.
Correct.
If you could help me again here for a minute. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear on it. So the testimony that you're giving, the opinion, what you're talking about is that someone who's around 6 feet tall, if they're holding it consistent with a normal firing pattern, that you're extending from the tip of the barrel of the gun through fixed points of reference.
In order to do a proper trajectory, yes, it would be through the window and then have some subsequent strike point or penetration that you could link the two together to show the angle of how the bullet actually passed through.
Right. You need to have two fixed points though.
Correct.
So you have the hole in the window, right?
Yes,
And then you have Mr. Markel seated in the vehicle.
correct.
So those are your two fixed points.
No, Mr. Markel is not a fixed point.
Well, for the purpose of your opinion, you're assuming that he's sitting in a normal position.
In an assumption that he's sitting in a normal position, he becomes my second fixed point.
So we got 2 points.
Correct.
So what you're doing with your opinion, you're saying that point 1, point 2 in the arm of the shooter, that it's a straight line.
That it would be in line or consistent with the bullet traveling through the window into Mr. Markel, the victim, and a downward angle slightly right to left.
So you've got all this information, all these facts, and you're saying that it fits.
It's more consistent with it being a taller shooter rather than a shorter one.
It fits with being a taller shooter.
Yes,
You're not here testifying saying that you are 100% positive, right?
that's correct.
When you're looking at this information, you're unbiased, you're objective. It fits, but it's not enough for you to say 100% I'm positive that's what happened.
That is correct.
You have doubts.
Well, I don't have sufficient information because, and the thing is with a forensic science or any kind of analysis, it requires hard evidence or physical evidence that's present. And in this case, in order to be 100% sure to do the analysis, there are missing points and we're using a lot of assumptions.
Just because it fits doesn't mean that you can say 100% I'm positive that's what happened.
Correct.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Yao, when you demonstrated the normal shooting stance, your arm was pretty straight. Previously, I thought you'd said it could be slightly bent, straight or slightly bent. Is that-
Yes, it depends on the individual style of the shooter. There are some people that will and be trained to go ahead and have a little bit of flex to their arms to allow a more comfortable shooting stance. So it does vary between fully extended and slightly back.
All right, so taking the assumptions that we already talked about into account, for your opinion to be valid, the taller shooter could have had either straight arms or slightly bent arms.
Correct.
All right. And this gangster style of shooting that you mentioned on cross, that's like when you have the gun like at some weird angle.
Correct. It's
Okay.
just not a normal shooting stance. It's something that individuals utilize because of modern media and things that they have seen.
And as a general proposition, does the gangster style of shooting increase or decrease the accuracy of the trajectory of the bullet to the target?
Decreases.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review the photographs of the injuries in this case? I'm showing you stage 31.
In passing, yes.
So would you agree with me based on the wound that Mr. Markel received right between the eyes? That's a pretty accurate shot.
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down.
Your Honor, if I may recross based on.
No, if there's something outside the scope of cross-examination, you need to make the objection. You want to recall him as a witness in your case, you may do so. You want him subject to recall?
No, Judge.
All right, you can step in. We want to keep him further?
I'd like to keep him under the rule,
Okay,
Judge.
we'll keep him under the rule. Call your next witness.
The state calls Craig Isom.
Come up here, please. If you would face the clerk and be sworn, please.
I do.
Have a seat and slide at the microphone, please, sir.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, C-R-A-I-G, last name I-S-O-M.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired,
Yay for you. When were you last employed?
into September 2017,
All right. And where were you employed last?
Tallahassee Police Department,
How long did you work for TPD?
28 and a half years.
And what were your duties there at the time that you retired?
I was a violent crimes investigator in the Criminal Investigations Division.
And was that your position back in July of 2014?
It was,
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of a Dan Markel?
I was,
Were you the lead investigator for the Tallahassee Police Department on that case?
I was.
And were there other agencies that assisted you in this investigation?
Yes, there was.
What agencies were those?
Predominantly the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And what was the purpose of having the FBI assist you?
Initially, it was because we found out rather soon that this case was probably going to take on investigations in other part of the state and possibly the country.
All right, and you don't have jurisdiction outside the state, but the FBI does?
Yes,
All right, did you go to the crime scene?
I did.
When did you go to the crime scene?
It was probably around, I would say 11:30, 11:45 on July 18th.
When you arrived, had Mr. Markel already been transported to the hospital?
Yes, he had.
And did you look around the scene to observe whether there was any evidence to indicate there had been a robbery attempt or any forced entry to the residence?
I did and found none.
All right, and did you I assume it was relatively easy to identify Mr. Markel.
Well, he wasn't at the scene, but it was his car, his residence.
And his wallet was in the vehicle with his
The
identification.
wallet was,
Overruled.
the wallet was there, his cell phone, his eyeglasses.
All right. Did you make an effort to talk to people that were close to Mr. Markel?
Yes.
And who was the first person you interviewed?
The first person I interviewed was his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson.
All right. And where did you locate Ms. Adelson?
She was at the Mosaic Restaurant in the Killearn Common area.
About what time did you make contact with her at the restaurant?
I believe it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock on the same day.
1:30 or 2 p.m. on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Okay, so a couple hours after.
Yes, after I was done at the crime scene, I went to her location.
All right. And as a result of your interview with Ms. Adelson, did you take an interest in her parents and her brother?
Yes,
All right. And did you, as a result of your interview, review any court filings?
I did.
What court filings did you review?
I reviewed the filings from the Adelson Markel divorce.
I'm going to object to actually using documentation. It appears that he's got his entire file in front of him. I can't see.
Use the mic,
Overruled.
will
Before
you?
cross-examination, you'll be able to see whatever he has. You can proceed, Ms. Captain.
What did you review? Reference court filings?
I reviewed the filings from the clerk of court for Leon County concerning their divorce.
Who's divorced?
Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 75. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit?
Over time, yes.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate copy of the divorce file of Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
It's numerous. I'd have to count. It's a full binder.
They're numbered.
Okay, well, we'll go to 575.
Okay, and were there any, well, Judge, at this time I'd have to move the evidence, State 75, a certified copy of the divorce file.
Is there objection, motions in limine sidebar?
All right, we'll go so far. So, subject to my ruling at sidebar, I'm admitting State's Exhibit 75.
And as a result of your review of this State's exhibit, did you learn about any bad blood between Ms. Markel and her husband, or between her family and her husband?
I did.
Objection here, sir.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
I did.
And what was that?
There was obviously a lot of contention in these filings. They were quite lengthy. The actual divorce occurred in July. It was settled by
July of what year?
2013.
Okay.
It was settled in it's what's called an MSA, a marital settlement agreement. And so it was settled at that point, but even after that, the filings continued against one another. Part of it was that there was Dan Markel filed a motion about sanctions, which means that he felt like there was money being withheld or
Objection, Judge, also speculation.
Overruled.
You may continue.
that his ex-wife had falsified or not come clean about all the money involved in divorce. And then ultimately, in March of 2014, after the MSA, the divorce was final, Markel filed another complaint or a motion.
We're talking about Dan Markel
Dan Markel,
in March of 2014? In March of 2014?
March 26th of 2014.
All right, go ahead.
And the,
I'm going to object to the detective's reading off notes.
Overruled.
Your Honor, for Magbanua, just a standing objection to.
All right.
so, this motion in March of 2014 was concerning inappropriate interaction by his mother-in-law. That would be Wendy Adelson's mother, Donna Adelson. Because his children had told him, had made statements to him, repeating what Donna Adelson had stated about Dan Markel.
Are things to the effect of grandma hates you, that kind of thing.
Grandma hates you, grandma thinks you're stupid.
All right, so what was it that Mr. Markel was seeking the court to do in this motion?
He wanted no more disparaging remarks. There was an agreement during the MSA about love and companionship and niceness, for lack of a better term, between himself and his ex-wife, especially in front of the children. And so he requested the court sanction or put into place that Donna Adelson would not be able to have unsupervised visits or contact with the children because of these remarks that he stated his children made.
And where did Donna Adelson reside?
She resided in Broward County, Coral Springs.
All right, and this motion that you're referring to, was it ever ruled on by a court?
No,
Why not?
because of his death.
All right. And prior to this motion to preclude Donna Adelson from having unsupervised contact with the kids, had Wendy Adelson sought to relocate?
Yes,
And that's documented in the divorce filings as well?
yes,
Where was she seeking to relocate to?
to Coral Springs, Broward County, where her parents reside.
All right, and was that ruled on by the court?
Yes, that was actually before the settlement agreement was done, that the judge for that case determined she could not leave Leon County with the children and relocate.
All right. And did you, when you interviewed Wendy Markel, or as part of your investigation, did you conduct an analysis or capture somehow the information on Wendy Adelson's laptop computer?
Yes,
And did you review some emails between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson?
I did.
All right, and did that further interest you regarding potential motives for this case?
Yes,
How so?
the emails from her mother were strong
What do you mean?
suggestions, if not demands, of what she should do to facilitate her and the children moving back to South Florida.
What Wendy should do?
Yes,
All right, and what was Donna Adelson suggesting that Wendy Adelson should do?
she suggested threatening Dan Markel with the children going to a Christian church, specifically at one time a Catholic church, even though he was devout Jewish. She also suggested at one point a bribe, for the most part, of $1 million split up between Wendy, Donna and her husband Harvey, and their son, which is Wendy's older brother, Charlie.
All right, let me back you up just a moment. So the first thing you mentioned was that Donna Adelson suggested to Wendy Adelson that in order to facilitate the relocation, she could convert her children to Catholicism or threaten to do that?
Threatened to do so.
All right, and why, if you know, why would that have any impact on whether or not Mr. Markel would consent to letting his children go to South Florida?
That question,
Objection, speculation, for the record.
sustained.
Okay. All right, so she suggests that Wendy Adelson could convert her children to Catholicism or threaten to do so.
Yes,
And she suggests a bribe to Dan Markel.
Objection,
Yeah.
leaving.
Overruled.
yes.
And
To offer
when
him
you
money.
say split up between, what do you mean by that?
It's split up three ways is how the email reads, is that Wendy would supply $333,000 in change. Donna and Harvey Adelson, her parents, would have responsibility for $330,000 in change, as well as Charlie Adelson.
Did Wendy Adelson stand to gain anything financially from the death of Dan Markel?
Yes, my understanding, it's a very, it's a lot, but my best understanding of the situation that Daniel Markel had set up was that he had a large life insurance policy for $2 million.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
All right,
Move
so,
to strike. And curative, Your Honor.
There was no timely objection. I'll overrule that request.
okay, so I'll just ask her about that. I'll move on. Attempts to interview the Adelsons. Tell us about your attempts to interview Harvey and Donna Adelson.
Daniel Markel was shot on July 18th, which was a Friday, just before 11 a.m. He subsequently passed on in the wee hours just after midnight, my understanding, on July 19th, which was Saturday morning. There was a memorial service the very next day on Sunday morning at Shamra Torah Synagogue on Cary Forest Parkway. I attended that service. I went to that service. And while I was there, after the service was completed, I was approached by who introduced me. I was approached by a woman who introduced me as her name being Donna Adelson. We exchanged greetings, and she.
Objection, hearsay.
Let's go sidebar, please.
Investigator Isom, or Mr. Isom now, did you request the woman that introduced herself to you as Donna Adelson, did you request for she and her husband to come to the police station to be interviewed by you?
Yes.
And did they ever do that?
No.
All right. And after your initial interview with Wendy Adelson, were you ever able to reach her again?
I attempted on the Monday following the Sunday memorial service.
All right. And she basically hung up on you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that your last contact with Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
All right. After you reviewed these, I guess you interviewed Wendy Adelson, you reviewed these documents from the divorce and the emails. Did you jump to the conclusion that these were the people that were responsible?
No.
Did you pursue other leads as well as continuing to follow this lead?
Yes.
And independent of looking into the ex-wife and the in-laws, did you also attempt to gather information about the suspect vehicle in the case?
Yes.
All right. Could you tell us a little bit about the initial efforts to try to find the suspect Prius?
Well, the next door neighbor was the one that reported the shooting to begin with. And he gave us a general description of a light colored Toyota Prius type vehicle. It wasn't enough to put out a national bulletin or anything like that, but locally, we had told people that this was the type of car that was seen leaving the house, backing out of the driveway, going towards Benton Road on the day of the shoot.
Were you able to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to him being killed?
Yes,
And what was his timeline that morning?
Friday morning, he had the children with him, the two small boys. He drove them to the daycare center on West Stark, I believe it's Creative Preschool. He dropped them off at 8:50 a.m. He left from there, traversed back across town, and went to the Premier Fitness on Maclay Boulevard.
All right, and at the Premier Fitness, was surveillance video available?
Yes,
And have you had an opportunity to review the surveillance video?
yes,
And is there something you believe of evidentiary value on that video?
yes,
All right, I would ask for permission at this time, Your Honor, to publish the surveillance video, which is marked as State 124 and previously entered into evidence.
You may.
All right, you gonna help me with this? They finally decided to stop letting me touch the equipment.
Should be a pointer on the table.
oh, I wonder what that was.
Put it up on this wall there, and if you need it, it's there. Do you want the lights down?
Yes, sir. That would be helpful. Granger, will you turn the lights down for us, please, sir?
What's that?
Oh, he says they're over here.
Oh.
Does that mean you want me to do it?
No, I asked you, I thought you said no. Granger? Yes. Oh, I do.
Can you-
This is not my normal courtroom.
This one does not have any audio.
Come on. Is that better?
May I stand, Your Honor?
You may. You may.
All right, so there's a blue circle around black vehicle and tell us what this report is about.
Don't stand in front of the jury. So,
This one right here.
right, right. And kind of point that microphone at you if you would. So,
Sorry.
so, no problem. Just-
You will stand here.
Okay.
You can face the
Is he
jury,
blocking?
and you can observe on this.
Oh, okay.
Is he blocking? Oh. What's that? Oh, okay, okay. They've got screens in front of them. I didn't realize.
All right, so if you're gonna make that, I don't find it.
Okay.
Sure they can hear you. All right, so black car with circle there.
Can you put that back on there, please? I didn't see it. Okay. Okay. This is a black,
Objection, improper opinion, the video speaks for itself.
Overruled.
this is a black Honda Accord that was owned and registered to Daniel Markel. He's entering this road over here, which is Village Square Boulevard. So he's entering the north part of Premier Health and Fitness.
All right, and this is a, so they was a camera that was mounted on top of it.
Right, this camera is maintained and operated by Premier Health and Fitness.
And on what date and time did Mr. Markel enter the parking lot of Premier Gym?
Well, he's there as the timestamp indicates, 18th of July, which is a Friday, 2014. And the timestamp says, and it was verified, the timestamp is the actual time, to be 9/11 and a half, 37, as you can see on the timestamp in the plan.
Circle where the time stamp is.
Okay, I'm sorry. What's this? See the car turning. The same car from another camera angle. This camera is pointing northwest. The black Honda had made the turn, made the left turn up at the end over here where the trees are. Now it's proceeding down the front drive. It's a right-hand turn. The trees are somewhat blocking it, as you can see part of the car going in. He parks in the very front space. Right there. This is a green Prius, Toyota Prius car that came in from another entrance off McClay Boulevard, the main entrance to Premier.
At what time did the Prius enter the parking lot?
As it indicates here, 9/12/34. So we're within seconds after Markel has parked his car, well within a minute. Right there, the same car. The last slide or video was 9/12/34. This camera is picking it up 9/12/37. Same car. Right there.
And the line for the victim's vehicle?
And the victim vehicle is still here. It hasn't moved.
Yeah, I got mouse.
He has not got out of his car yet. So Mr. Markel is parked there just before 9/12 even, 9:57. And now the Prius has entered from the main driveway entrance up here off McClay Boulevard. And now the car proceeding down the lane. There's Mr. Markel getting out of his car. You see him again as it plays through, passing by the American flag.
Red shirt?
Red shirt, black shorts. is Mr. Dan Markel walking in the front doors. So he parks his car. Now we're at 9:12, 9:13, excuse me. Another angle of him walking in. The doors are behind him. He's already gone through the doors. Markel's car is still there at 9:16. He's already entered the gym. This car here, same Prius, going the opposite direction back down in front of the gym. So that was 9:16:38.
Objection, Your Honor, narrative. I don't believe there's been a question for a while.
Overruled. 9:16:38. Now 9:16:48, he continues past the front of the gym, and now he's going to the southern parking area. Prius again. Now he's traversing back opposite direction. Stop. And 38:40. A little over an hour. Markel is now exiting, going back out the front door. Same man, Mr. Markel, now exiting the front doors. Markel traversed, walking back to his car.
Does he sit in his car for long?
Yes, he does.
How long?
Approximately 2 or 3 minutes. We're backing out here. 10:38, 15 seconds. That's 10:38 a.m. on the 18th of July. Markel is back out of space, going around his corner, and now he's exiting the same way he entered earlier this morning. The circle represents an activity in the back corner. And there's the Prius. Now, the parking lot the same way he went out. Yes.
May we have the lights back, Your Honor? So what, if anything, were you able to learn about the suspect vehicle from, actually, let me strike that, please. I'm going to ask you some questions about the video itself. Did you have an opportunity to review the original footage that was used to compile these clips?
Yes,
All right, and were each of the camera angles that we viewed in the clips ongoing and running throughout the entire time that Mr. Markel was in the gym?
yes,
Okay, so to view in real time on the original footage, all the different clips, like if we watched the whole little over an hour that he was in the gym from how many different camera angles? 4 or 5 different camera angles?
it is, well, there's the two on the inside that you saw. And then there's 1, 2, 3, at least 4, possibly 5 on the outside of the gym.
So it would take us about 7 hours to watch
Absolutely.
the entire thing,
Yes,
but that is available.
yes,
Correct?
yes.
Okay. And has anything been added or deleted other than the circles that we made around the people and objects we were trying to draw attention to?
No,
All right, now tell me what, if anything, you were able to discern about that vehicle from this surveillance video.
we surmised that from looking at the video that we had at this time from the Premier Gym, that this car was obviously following Dan Markel in his Honda. We determined that it was probably 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius.
What about the color?
The color was determined, we researched and actually talked to Toyota Corporation representatives, and the color was determined to be silver pine mica.
All right, so both vehicles are seen at the end of that video leaving east on Village Square Boulevard toward Thomasville Road. Is that
That's correct.
And that was at 10:38 or 10:39 a.m.
That's correct.
And our 911 call came in at what time?
11:02 a.m.
Based on that time frame, did you have a theory as to what route Mr. Markel may have taken when he left the gym?
Yes, because the most direct route would be out to Thomasville Road, at Village Square to Thomasville, south on Thomasville, to get to his home on Trescott Drive.
And based on that theory, did you attempt to locate any additional surveillance that the victim and suspect may have been present on along that route?
Yes, we did.
What businesses did you either attempt to collect or collect video from along that route?
From that route, there was the Sunoco gas station on Thomasville near, I can't think of the name. It's near the flyover, as well as the Shell station there at Timberlane Road in Thomasville.
You also tried the Circle K,
I think that's the surface. The Shell Circle K is the
Okay.
same location.
Envision Credit Union.
I believe there was an attempt at Envision Credit Union. From my understanding, other investigators checked all along that route.
All right. And based along the route, someone had the idea to try to look at these cameras that are mounted on city buses, correct?
Yes, yes,
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review the state's exhibit in reference to the city bus footage that was captured?
yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce into evidence the city bus footage, which
They're in
was
evidence.
I'm sorry, I would ask to publish. It states 125.
And is this the one that Mr. Dietz has indicated was clarified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may public. And after that, when you get a stopping point, Mr. Captain, then we'll probably do for a break.
Yes, sir. May I have the lights again?
Good night. If y'all prefer the lights behind to be turned off, or you're looking at the TVs in front of you, I don't know. See, let me just ask this. Anybody want the lights behind the screen turned off? Does that help anybody? Nobody? Okay.
This is a city bus that is approaching Thomasville Road on Clark Commerce Drive. Just for reference, there's a Regions Bank on the left-hand side of the road. That's the view we have here. And there's a Circle K gas station on the right.
What date and time?
That was at the same day, July 18th, 2014, Friday. The timestamp as shown on there indicates 10:44 and 31 seconds.
What does the blue circle?
Blue circle is the image of Markel's car southbound on Thomasville Road. So he has left Village Square Boulevard and now he's south.
Orange.
Keep your voice up, please, Ms. Captain.
Significance of the orange circle?
This image is the Prius that was following Mr. Markel out of the Premier parking lot. Now it is southbound, roughly 10 seconds behind Markel, according to the timestamp. This is the same exact bus, the same bus that was stopped for that fare to put it back on the front and that captured the two vehicles going by. This is the exact bus that is now caught up to that Prius at the stoplight, Thomasville Road, southbound at Metropolitan Boulevard.
Tag on this one?
No. This image over here with the orange circle is the same car the bus was just behind. Car has obviously changed lanes and now is in the left-hand turn lane on Thomasville Road to turn east onto Benton Road.
What time is it?
This is at 10:51:52.
Will we be able to see the Prius maybe left in the back?
Should be an angle from the side. Well, this could have captured too. There's multiple cameras on the buses, but this image shows the Prius making the left-hand turn. And there's our friend with the bicycle taking it off.
All right, now, it's going to a different bus, correct?
Right, it's bus 707.
And at what time was this image taken?
This is at 10:55:18. This bus is northbound on Thomasville Road. And it is stopped at the intersection of Thomasville and Armistead. This is the Prius, now northbound.
That same image. This one's done in slow motion. We're gonna have some circles here, and I'm gonna ask you. What were you able to learn about the Prius from this clip that the bus captured?
This circle right here is of the passenger side, outside, passenger side rear view mirror on the outside of the car. It's black. The other mirror on this side is the same color as the car. And according to Toyota, they come with those new.
Objection, hearsay.
It's the same.
So one of the mirrors is black.
Correct.
All right, what next?
The item that's circled, I think it's something. Anyway, up here in the top center of the windshield appears to be an adhesive type toll paying device, commonly known as Florida Sun Pass. The last circle down at the bottom right is in the bumper area, the bumper cover, and that is a missing tow hook cover. It's a pop-out piece of plastic. It's gone. It hasn't been replaced. But that hole is obviously missing.
What were you able to learn about the occupants from this particular?
The passenger in this car, as it goes past, very animated, moving around, very excitable. He also appears to be wearing a white shirt.
Objection does cause some speculation.
Overruled.
All right, now is this the same bus that we just saw previously?
Same bus.
So heading north on Thomasville?
North on Thomasville, the bus is going through Armstead intersection.
Is that the last image bus captured with the Prius?
It is. on Thomasville.
Would that be consistent with going forward to interstate?
Yes, Interstate 10.
Are you done or at a good stopping point? Done
Yes.
with- you're
Yes,
done,
if you want to take a recess now would be an
or
okay
you're
time.
not done with them?
I'm not done with this witness.
Okay. We'll take 15 minutes. Stay in session for just a moment. Jury may step out the bail. Streisand, let the defense attorney see whatever notes you have or materials you have with you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Well, we're waiting on them. I did note that briefly there was a TPD officer in uniform in the courtroom this morning, just briefly. Had the bailiff go tell him to step out, but apparently he was a witness. Who is that, Ms. Kathy?
Bill Brannon.
He was briefly in the courtroom. Is he going to be testifying today?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, we need to pick that up. Jury's in the courtroom? Everybody be seated, please. May resume. Yeah.
Sir. Mr. Isom, we just watched State's Exhibit 125, the video that was prepared for the jury to see the relevant images on the bus video from that day. Did you have access to the raw footage before the clips were made with the circles added?
Yes, I did.
And was anything other than the circles added or taken out from the raw footage?
No.
Alright, I would have introduced into evidence State's Exhibit 173, included in the raw footage, and you can watch the bus do its whole route in the raw footage, correct?
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
we don't want to do that, but I want to publish a portion, if I may, to articulate, let the jury see if there's changes. So is this the second bus that we observed earlier? It's going to capture the Prius after the murder?
Yes.
You mentioned that you noticed a sun pass transponder on the front windshield of the suspect vehicle. Were any efforts made to collect additional information in reference to that sun pass transponder?
Yes.
Who administers sun pass?
Florida Department of Transportation.
And what did you request regarding, what if anything did you request regarding the sun pass transponder on that Prius?
Well, I requested what ended up being a lot of information, but eventually got whittled down But initially, I was attempting to locate that car by a SunPass registration. And that's when I found out there's literally thousands of Toyota Priuses with SunPass transponders.
So you were not able to pull the nail out of that particular
No.
page there?
No, that was a huge amount.
All right, and was any cell phone analysis attempted in this case?
Yes,
And was it you or someone else who was responsible for analyzing the cell phone data that was collected?
that would be part of the technical operations unit, which would be Sergeant Chris Corbett.
All right, and as part, I want to talk a little bit about the data that was collected that was later analyzed by Sergeant Corbett. Did you make any efforts to try to locate any phones of interest that were in the area of Premier Gym during the times that we see the suspect vehicle present there?
Yes,
Tell us about that.
we had already obtained information on cell phone, from the cell phone providers concerning Wendy Adelson, members of her family, obviously Dan Markel. In doing research into that, we came up with no real, obviously none of those people besides Markel and Wendy Adelson were in Tallahassee at the time.
And what people are you referencing?
Repeat, please.
What people are you referencing? You said none of those people other than Wendy and Dan.
The Adelson family, the Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson.
All right, so we collected phone records for those three people.
Correct.
Okay. And what about the area of Premier Gym? What was done there?
Premier Gym in that area was ultimately, the cell data for that was obtained by our department for all phones in the area at the time that Dan Markel was at Premier Gym, because our lead was, there's a Prius that's similar to what the reporting person for the actual homicide described. And we have a Prius that's following him from Premier. So we obtained all the phones in the phone numbers in the area of Premier Gym to cross-reference with the Adelson's phone records.
And how many phone numbers did that yield
For which part though, that were,
that were in the area of Premier Gym or being serviced by that cell tower that services that area?
oh, I don't even know. I have no idea. It's a ton, thousands of phones.
All right, and would the cross-referencing of what was resulted from that request about the phones in the area of Premier Gym with the cell phone records provided in reference to the Adelsons and Wendy and Dan Markel have been done by Sergeant Corbett?
That's correct.
Okay, and what I'm trying to get back to is how we narrowed down the SunPass. So as a result of that analysis, did you get a better idea of when you thought that SunPass transponder would have passed through particular toll booths?
Yes, but the SunPass transponder activates, and there's a record that Department of Transportation keeps showing this account. Doesn't show a particular car, it shows that account having triggered a toll when it goes through one of the automated toll places.
Okay, but initially all you know is a Prius headed
We knew that
toward
there was,
Thomasville,
right, that there was a Prius heading towards Thomasville Road.
down Thomasville Road toward the interstate, right?
Right,
Okay.
and so,
But it's really the phone records, which we're going to hear from Sergeant Corbett later, gave you a smaller window of when you think that that vehicle may have passed through the toll plazas, correct?
eventually, yes.
Okay, so I want to talk about that more narrow window. Which toll plazas did you suspect the Prius passed through?
initially, the most direct,
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
the most direct route, if there was any type of, connection to South Florida would be the toll plaza at Wildwood, Florida, which is 75 Southwood Ocala Road. We went through that, once again, hundreds, until we got the actual phone number in question to track. We didn't know exactly which way they went. We didn't know if that was transponder, SunPass transponder was even active.
Okay. But ultimately, you have reason to look at the toll plazas at either end of Alligator Alley, South Florida, correct?
Correct, on
Can you-
I-75 near Naples on the west coast and Fort Lauderdale on the east coast. I-75 traverses through there, and ultimately we just determined that was the route that was taken. Instead of going straight up the spine of the state on the turnpike, the travel was out west on 75 and then up the west coast and intersecting with I-10.
All right, and how many toll plazas would you pass through if you took that route?
Just one either way.
All right, and did you request, again, in conjunction with the work of Sergeant Corbett that we're going to hear more about later, the toll records for specific toll plazas at specific times?
I did.
Could you tell us what those times were?
Objection.
There's overruled. The question is, I understand what specific times and dates did he request? I'll overrule hearsay objection.
Would you like the leaving Miami or returning to Miami?
Both, please. Let's start with leaving Miami, headed to Tallahassee.
The transponder registered activity,
Objection.
Well, right now, I'm just,
Sustain the hearsay objection.
I'm
The
just-
question was, what did you request?
I requested toll activity for any type of Toyota Prius at the toll plaza in Broward County on I-75, which is also Alligator Alley, westbound. I requested that for July 16th in the afternoon. And then I also requested the toll activity for Toyota Prius on July 18th, 2014. Once again, in the afternoon, evening hours at the opposite end of Alligator Alley at Naples. So that would be eastbound. You're only told one direction or the other.
all right. And were you asking for, I'm looking for a transponder that fits both of these profiles. It was in the window on July 16th, heading westbound, and it was also in the window on July 18th, heading eastbound.
Yes. So
Right.
when I was asking for, is there a record of a vehicle that went through during these times, same vehicle, both at the east end and the west end on these days? Only one vehicle doing that.
And it has to be a Prius.
Yes,
All right, and how many transponder numbers resulted from that search?
just one.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
All right, and what year was the Prius that passed through those two toll booths at those operative dates and
I'll
times?
sustain the hearsay objection at this point.
Okay. Was, what was the transponder number that you were provided?
I'll sustain the hearsay objection at this point.
Did you do anything with the transponder number that you were provided?
I requested from Florida Department of Transportation the customer information that subscribed to that transponder.
All right, and upon receiving that information, did you learn that the transponder was assigned to a particular business?
Yes.
And what business was that?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 127. This contains full records with certification of authenticity. Does this State's Exhibit contain a fair and accurate copy of all the records you received from your SunPass whole record requests?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move an evidence State's Exhibit 127.
Objection.
Hearsay, improper foundation.
There's a certificate of authenticity.
Yes, Your Honor.
That objection overruled.
Is the item admitted?
They're admitted.
Thank you. All right, so what business was the transponder in question assigned to?
It's a business in North Miami called Hybrid Rent-A-Car, and it's also called Save Gas.
What is the,
What was the second name?
Save Gas.
and what is the address of that business?
11032 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida.
And have you had the opportunity to review any documentation collected from that business regarding the Prius in question?
Yes.
An approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 82. Familiar with that exhibit?
I am.
How are you familiar with it?
This is the rental agreement for a Toyota Prius that is completed and shows the name of the renting customer as Luis Rivera.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the documentation you were provided from this business regarding the rental of this Prius?
Yes,
And this is the rental agreement which corresponds with the transponder number you received from the toll booth SunPass search.
correct.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 82.
Certificate of authenticity.
Yes.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, sir.
All right. Either side, which object?
Objection, hearsay, lack of business record foundation.
Overruled. Could be admitted.
I have the projector, please.
Well, he's doing that. Maybe explain to the jury a little bit what this conversation is about. There is a statutory procedure in Florida where if a business certifies that these are accurate business records and there's an affidavit to that effect, that those records are admissible in court unless some specific objection is timely made before trial. So that's what we're talking about. Certificate of authenticity. That's why these items have been admitted. The idea is we don't want to have to bring in a custodian from every business that have records just to certify their records when there's real no dispute as to these records.
Once again, thank you for watching. I really appreciate it.
The other monitors are okay?
Yes.
States Exhibit 82. This is certification and or declaration of authenticity. Mention the person that rented the vehicle to
Luis Rivera.
what address is Luis Rivera list?
The document shows Luis Rivera's address is 1805 Normandy Drive, number 3, Miami Beach, Florida.
And this is the phone number that is listed for Mr. Rivera?
Yes, phone number is below, 305-570-8153.
And what about this number up here, listed as brother?
That was put at the top of the rental contract. It indicates word brother. Below that is a phone number, 786-372-5986.
Now are you able to tell us what year the Prius was associated with both the transponder in question and then relates to this rental agreement?
Right. The year indicated is a 2008, and that is correct by the state highway, Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle registration for that business that was obtained through the transponder and this contract.
All right, is that year of the vehicle consistent with what law enforcement suspected based on the surveillance images?
Yes.
All right, and what else do we know from this about the rental of this vehicle? When was it?
It was checked out or rented on the 15th of July, 2014. And it was due back, according to this, on the 17th of July.
How was it paid?
Cash.
Do you get the special strobe effect on the monitors also? Okay, we get that extra.
And was this document also provided with this exhibit?
Yes. The rental agency made a copy of the renter's driver's license.
Ms. Rivera,
Yes,
and that same address is present on the driver's license?
correct.
Approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 128. You recognize State's 128?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
these are phone records from the two defendants.
All right, I want to specifically ask you about Luis Rivera. Did you request the phone records in reference to the 305-570-8153?
Yes,
That's the number that was listed on the rental contract in his driver's license?
correct.
And are those contained in State's Exhibit 128?
It should be.
And the phone number that's listed as brother on the rental agreement, 786-372-5986. Did you do any additional work in reference or request any records in reference to that number?
Yes, we obtained records and were able to identify the user of that number.
The approach with State's Exhibit 129. You reviewed State's 129.
Yes,
A fair and accurate copy of the records you received in reference to that 5986 number that was listed on the rental agreement as brother.
yes,
And were you able to identify the user of the phone number listed as brother?
yes.
How were you able to do that?
The phone number that shows that the brother, that's indicated as brother on the rental contract, was determined through research on Facebook and other means that it was,
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is hearsay or
Sustained.
Showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 130. Recognize State's 130?
yes,
How do you recognize that exhibit?
this is, should be information from a Facebook account,
What Facebook account?
Tuto Dade.
Objection. Hearsay. Overruled.
Does the disc in State's Exhibit 130 contain a business record affidavit of authenticity for the Facebook of Tudo Dade?
My understanding is it does. It has certification written on it.
Right, and what is contained on that disc?
Images and dialogue on that Facebook page.
All right, who's Tudo Dade?
Spell that if you want. Spell that. What is it? T-U-T.
Tuto space D-A-D-E.
Do that again, I'm sorry.
Tuto space D-A-D-E.
Good.
All right, who is Tudo Dade?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Well, there's no predicate for us sustaining the objection.
And you mentioned that you used the Facebook records. You used Facebook records to verify who the number is that belongs to the 5986 number on that rental contract that's listed as brother.
Correct.
And when you used the Facebook records to verify that, did you use the Facebook records contained in State's Exhibit 130?
Yes,
And was that phone number associated with the rental car contract listed as brother, ending in 5986, the phone number associated with the Facebook account on State's Exhibit 130?
yes.
And who's pictured as the owner?
I've sustained a hearsay objection to that, Ms. Kappelman. If you want to put these things in evidence, let's put them in evidence so we can talk about them. Otherwise, it's hearsay.
State's Exhibit 128, you previously testified was the phone records of the two defendants.
I'm sorry, that's not correct. This shows, I was reading it wrong on the thing, but this shows that it's the phone records for Luis Rivera.
Okay, that's 128.
128 Luis Rivera phone records.
Okay, State's Exhibit 129.
Exhibit 129 are phone records for Sigfredo Garcia.
Let's move into evidence, States 128 and 129.
These have a certificate of authenticity.
Yes, Your Honor.
I wish to be heard.
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
128, 129 are admitted.
Does the Facebook account in State's Exhibit 130 have a business record certificate of authenticity?
Yes,
At this time, I'd ask to move in evidence, State's Exhibit 130.
Judge, I would object.
Is there a certificate of authenticity on this? I believe the witness said there
Yes.
was.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I may make a-
We'll go to sidebar.
Yes, sir.
sustain the objection as to State's Exhibit 130, however, admit State's Exhibit 76 and 77, subject to objection from Garcia.
Is this part of the return that you got from Facebook in reference to your subpoena for 2 days Facebook?
Your Honor, can I put this monitor up here in front of me? That's better.
I don't believe there's answer to the question.
Is this part of what you got from Facebook, part of the record you got from Facebook?
It is.
And is the phone number listed as brother on the rental agreement for the Prius shown on this document?
It is. Right there at the bottom of. Of course, his phone number is underneath current city.
Okay. 5986.
Ms. Katherine, you're going to need to be a little better of record here. We're having a hard time hearing you.
So what I want to know is, we've got State's Exhibit 82, the rental car contract. List this number for brother, and then 5986. Is that number present on this Facebook record?
Yes.
It's listed as a phone number for the owner of this Facebook account. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was there a photo of the owner of the Facebook account?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the owner of the Facebook account from that photograph?
Yes.
United States Exhibit 76. Who is this a photograph of?
We turn it. I'm sorry.
Who's-
Repeat, please. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who is this a photograph of?
Defendant Sigfredo Garcia.
Approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit.
You want to put the monitor down? Kind of hiding it every time. Let's see. What's that up?
This is Exhibit 78. You recognize State's 78?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
This was obtained during the investigation. It's a pawn shop receipt from Miami, Florida.
And does the exhibit contain a business record affidavit of authenticity for the pawn shop ticket?
It does.
And does the pawn shop ticket contain the name of who it is that's pawning an item?
It does.
Who is that?
Sigfredo Garcia.
Objection, Judge.
Your legal objections
Hearsay.
overruled.
And is there a phone number associated with Mr. Garcia present on the pawn ticket? Just yes or no?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 78.
I thought that's what you'd already done, but anyway, wish to be heard.
No objection.
There you go.
It'll be admitted.
What is the phone number associated with Mr. Garcia on the pawn shop ticket?
786-372-5986.
Right, and when was this document created? When was the item?
October 15th, 2013.
All right.
Please.
Did either Luis Rivera, the renter on the Prius contract, or Sigfredo Garcia, the man listed as brother on the contract, did either of them have any connection to Dan Markel?
No, we could find,
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
All right, did Sigfredo Garcia have a mother of his children?
yes,
And who was that?
the defendant, Katherine Magbanua.
And was Ms. Magbanua also in a relationship with somebody in the Adelson family?
Yes,
And who was that?
Wendy Adelson's brother, Charlie Adelson.
Did you also request phone records from Wendy Adelson?
Yes, for her phone? Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 131. Is that a fair and accurate copy of the information you received in response to your request for Wendy Adelson's cell phone information?
It is.
And what phone number is associated with Wendy Adelson?
954-803-0079.
And how do you know that that number is associated with Ms. Adelson?
She provided it, and she allowed her phone to be downloaded. We verified the phone number that she provided.
Were you also provided with the address that Wendy Adelson was residing at around the time of the homicide?
Yes,
What address was that?
3303 Aqua Ridge Drive.
Third city.
Tallahassee, Florida.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence States 131, the disc with the phone records related to Wendy Adelson.
So objection.
No objection from Mr. Garcia.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
All right, I'm gonna approach with some additional discs. Showing you States Exhibit 132. Do you recognize States 132?
Yes,
How do you recognize that exhibit?
it shows the Donna Adelson phone records.
And what phone number is associated with Donna Adelson?
954-396-0997.
How do we know that these records or that phone number is associated with Donna Adelson?
It came from a contact list in Wendy Adelson's phone.
Right, and is State's Exhibit 132 a fair and accurate copy of the records you got, including a business record certificate of authenticity?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move the evidence State's 132.
Is there objection?
Not from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Were you able to determine the address that Donna Adelson was residing at around the time of the homicide?
Yes.
What was that?
9909 Northwest 14th Court, Coral Springs, Florida.
And is she married?
Yes.
What is her husband's name?
Harvey Adelson.
Showing you State's Exhibit 134. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are phone records for Harvey Adelson's cellular phone.
Does that exhibit contain a fair and accurate copy of Harvey Adelson's phone number along with a certificate of authenticity?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence State's 134.
Objection.
None from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
And is this phone number registered in Mr. Harvey Adelson's name?
Yes.
And is Mr. Adelson, or at the time of the homicide, was Mr. Harvey Adelson residing at the same residence with Donna Adelson that previously named?
Yes.
Show you State's Exhibit 133. You recognize 133?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are phone records for Wendy Adelson's brother, Charlie Adelson's cellular phone.
And what is the number associated with Charlie Adelson?
954-254-9223.
Does this contain a fair and accurate copy of all of Mr. Adelson's records in response to your subpoena, as well as a certificate of authenticity?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move the evidence States 133.
Any objection?
Not from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
You able-
I don't know whether it was intended, but I don't think we heard a number for Harvey Adelson. Maybe it didn't intend to, so that was 134.
Would you please list the number for Mr. Harvey Adelson?
954-980-9032.
In reference to Charlie Adelson's number ending in 9223, is that phone number registered in the name of Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And is that phone number in Wendy's contact information, Charlie, the contact photo?
Yes.
Were you able to determine what address Charlie Adelson was residing at around the time of the homicide?
Yes.
What is that? What is that?
2518 Whale Harbor Lane, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Next, want to show you State's Exhibit 135. Do you recognize State's 135?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are phone records for the cell phone of Katherine Magbanua.
What phone number are those records associated with?
786-564-1312.
And does that disc contain a fair and accurate copy of the records for Ms. Magbanua provided pursuant to your request and subpoena, and as well as a certificate of authenticity?
It does.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move the evidence States 135.
Any objection?
None from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
And last, I'd like to offer 137, you recognize 137.
I do.
How do you recognize that?
These are phone records for the cell phone of Daniel Markel.
And what number was associated with Dan Markel?
Let's find that one. I don't have his phone number available. I know it's a 202 area code, ends in 8200.
Okay. If I said it, would you be able to say yes or no?
Yes, I'll be able to say yes or no.
All right, 202-276-8200.
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence states 137, which does contain a certificate of authenticity.
Objection.
I apologize, I couldn't hear whose phone this is.
Dan Markel.
No objection.
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
I'm approaching you as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize State's 4?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
These are still images of the Toyota Prius passing or in the next lane of the bus that is northbound on Thomasville Road at Homestead.
Is it a fair and accurate still image taken from that bus video we viewed earlier?
Both are, yes.
This time I'd ask to move in evidence 6-4.
Objection.
Can I confirm with Council President? Judge, I believe since they've entered into evidence the video, that would be cumulative. The best evidence is the video.
Magbanua.
No objection.
Huh? He'll be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross, Garcia.
Judge, the government, if, since they're using their computer like their assistance in setting up the surveillance videos. They already implemented the rules.
Your Honor? Well, they do that, and given that there's a chance I may cross before lunch, does Your Honor mind if I start setting up?
Setting up what?
An easel and a demonstrative. I'm afraid of the electronics, so I'm going old school with some demonstratives.
Not something that's visible to the jury at this
No,
point. You may.
I don't know, what group do you?
Don't stand up.
The mayor's gonna be at this.
Another one strike.
One 24. Makes sense.
You ready for the second? Right, say it, Steve, please.
Thank you, Judge. And when I need the next set of videos,
Speak up.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Detective. So let me ask you a few quick questions with regards to the initial surveillance video that we saw from Premier Fitness. What we have here, is there a microphone here, Judge, or am I speaking loud enough?
Just keep your voice up.
Yes, sir. Is there are multiple cameras on top of the establishment, correct?
On top of the roof of Premier, yes.
That's what it is. So this is kind of how we're getting an aerial view, and that's what's depicted on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And as we indicated, or as you indicated, at 9:11:36 seconds, let me go back to the beginning. That car right there, it's your position that that's Dan Markel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And as the video moves forward, and now let's go back to that, what time specifically did that car pull? What time does it say right
This is 9/11/36.
And based on your investigation in this case, is that time stamp an accurate reflection of the time that took place that morning?
Based on the fact that when the video was recovered from Premiere, it was validated that the time on the camera system was accurate with the current time at the time.
So what we see next, there's Mr. Markel's car, correct?
Yes.
And the next image that we see, we'll get there. I believe that's Mr. Markel's car again, correct?
Yes.
And it seems that it appears that he's driving to find a parking spot to go to the gym, right?
Yes.
And he pulls into his parking spot at almost 9:12, correct?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that he entered into the Premier parking lot through what entrance?
The side entrance of Village Square Boulevard.
And the video's next going to show at 9:12 and 34 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And how far is the distance from the initial entrance that you just described that Dan Markel entered into the Premier parking lot versus the other entrance?
The distance you're asking me?
Right, like, so what I'm asking you is this, Mr. Markel stated the entrance that you just described, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so this priest is not coming in through the same entrance, right?
Correct.
There's another entrance.
Correct.
How far from the initial entrance is this entrance?
I would say approximately 250 feet.
And then that vehicle drives and then enters the set, like the main parking lot area, correct?
Where you saw that turning is the overhang for the entrance doors.
There you go, that's right. So now what we have here is, it appears 37 seconds later that that vehicle is perpendicular to what Mr. Markel's car, correct?
The cars are positioned perpendicular,
Correct.
yes.
So this is where Mr. Markel's car is, correct?
Yes,
And that's a Prius.
correct,
Prius is the target of your investigation, correct?
correct.
Now, you'll agree with me that based on the aerial views, it's impossible to delineate who's actually inside the vehicle, correct?
There's no way to know.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and push play here. The Prius drives, parks up some distance away, but in the same parking lot, correct?
Yes,
And there you see Mr. Markel getting out of his vehicle. Is that correct?
yes.
Now that car coming down, that's not the same car as we saw going up there before, correct? The white car in front.
Correct. It is not the same car.
And then we have some footage here of Mr. Markel entering from near gym. There it is.
Yes,
Now during this time, the Prius is still in the parking lot.
yes,
You see if it moves?
yes,
Can you see with the other cameras or whatever angles, can you see who's in the vehicle?
no.
At any point, do you lose sight of the Prius?
In between camera angles with trees, yes. When it's parked up in the far northwest corner, Where it emerged when Markel was leaving, we didn't have footage of where exactly it was parked up in that corner.
And how long would you say he was parked up in that corner?
I don't recall the time, how much time.
I'm not gonna hold you to a specific amount of minutes. Was it a minute, 10 minutes? Was it the duration of the time that Mr. Markel was working out?
No, if I may, the Prius came back past the front of the business and went to the south end and backed into a space and occupied that area for at least 10 minutes.
So we would be able to kind of give a timeline, because we'll be able to see the Prius coming back down, right?
I believe so, yes.
So we saw Mr. Markel go into the gym, and go ahead and give the exact time. There we go. So at 9:12, the Prius goes and parks in an area of Premier Gym that you do not have surveillance footage to determine what happens, correct?
Right.
Once again, for the record, if you saw the same video of Mr. Markel at 9:12, 45 seconds to get out of his vehicle and walk towards the entrance of Premier, correct?
Correct.
And about 10 seconds ago, we lost visual of the silver colored trees.
Correct.
For the record, at 9:13 and 18 seconds, Mr. Markel enters Premier, correct, sir?
Yes.
And a different view of Mr. Markel, an overhead view of him entering 2 seconds in, right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So here we go. Inspector license, is that the Prius? Is this the subject Prius?
I believe so. That's approaching back, coming back down.
And the designated time shows it's 9:16 and 20 seconds, sir.
Yes.
So about, let's see, 3.5 minutes have expired where the Prius is in an area that there's no surveillance capturing, correct?
Yes.
And during this time, can you state with specificity the members of the jury that transpired in that portion of the parking lot?
In that 3 minutes? No.
There's no surveillance footage, so you wouldn't be able to tell the members of this jury whether or not a drug transaction took place in the parking lot of Premier?
No, I would not.
You wouldn't be able to tell the members of this jury if another car parked alongside the silver Prius in a drug
Are you
transaction?
talking to the witness for the jury, Mr. Zanganet? All
I'm sorry.
right, come on, let's,
You can't tell members of the jury if during that 3.5 minute period, a drug transaction took place in that portion of where the Prius was parked, correct?
That's correct. I cannot tell that.
So you can't tell the members of the jury whether or not another vehicle pulled up next to the Prius where a drug transaction with any kind of drug was conducted, correct?
Correct.
So here we go, 9:16. And also, at that point, you can't tell if somebody exited the Prius, correct?
Correct.
So if one person was in the Prius to begin with and another person got in, or vice versa, you wouldn't be able to testify with regards to that.
That's correct.
Could I get the assistants to go to the, I'm sorry, at this point, I need to look at bus surveillance.
I believe it's 125.
Thank you.
Yes. while he's doing this, Judge, can I inquire some questions not associated with the footage to the detective so we can kind of keep this moving? Detective, I apologize. You indicated you had a long storied career as a law enforcement officer here in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
I don't remember those words, but I was here for quite some time as a law enforcement officer.
Almost 3 decades, sir?
Yes,
And during that time, you indicated that you did violent crime investigations?
at the end of my career, yes.
Okay, and about how long of a time period did you conduct those types of investigations?
8.5 years.
Were you ever involved in any narcotic-related investigations?
Some, not in an in-depth realm.
With regard to your investigations with regards to violent crimes, did you ever investigate violent crimes committed by gang members?
The gang member part is
Is there a different unit that does?
we have gang I don't know if it's still there, but we had gang investigating people. We had a gang unit.
And would that, given the fact that you have a gang unit, Detective Ison, that suggests that there is a gang presence in this area?
To a certain extent, but it's rather small compared to other places, to my understanding.
Oh, well, since you said that, it seems like you have an understanding of the size of the gang presence here, correct?
I just know it was loose knit and it was, there wasn't a whole lot of organization to it.
Well, would that suggest that there are other neighboring areas that have more strong knit gang organizations like Jacksonville or other neighboring areas, maybe Panama City?
I wouldn't know about those.
Judge, can I have 1 minute to confer with counsel? Did you ever work in unison with the gang unit in your career?
I've asked them for intelligence on people that they had more knowledge of than I did.
Let me go ahead and direct your attention back to the screen. So right here, we have Star Metro camera from bus 0505. Is that correct, sir?
I have it as 505, but
505, right. And so, give me the intersection right here again.
that's Killarn Commerce Drive.
Okay. And you gotta help me out here, because I'm unfamiliar with that specific area. Which one is which? If you could please give the pointer, sir. But show me which one is which road.
The bus is approaching Thomasville Road.
Okay, and you'll agree with me that Thomasville Road is one of the more heavily populated or heavily traveled roads in this area?
Yes, it's a major artery.
Major road, okay. And so at 10:44 and 30 seconds, we see the clock. Now, that car right there, it's your position that that is Dan Markel's vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Are there any identifying factors that you could point out to that vehicle?
no,
Can you read the license plate from this angle?
no,
Can you see Mr. Markel in the vehicle?
no,
It's simply a car that fits the description. Same color, potentially same age, correct?
correct.
Okay, there we go. So let's take this back a little bit. All right. Sorry.
Now, the original time that you see that, the car that you believe was a Honda Accord, what time was that, do you recall?
I think it was 10:44. And I don't remember the seconds amount.
That's 10:44, 31 seconds, correct?
Okay?
Okay, we'll let it run. That appears to be 10 seconds, correct, sir?
Yes.
And if you recall during the second bus surveillance that we had, bus 707, I believe it is, there was that one picture, which I believe the government showed a still of it. You recall that?
Next to the bus?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And you remember on direct examination, the prosecution paused it. You were able to, there was a video that had 3 circles on it. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And in those 3 circles, there were 3 identifying factors that you used to suggest that this was a unique Prius that you could be able to identify, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one was a transponder, correct?
Yes.
One was the passenger side mirror.
Yes.
And the last was something on the front bumper, I believe on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In this video, can you see any of those 3
No.
markers? So can you tell me with specificity, based on your identifying factors that you did with the 707 footage, that Prius is the same Prius as the one in the 707 footage?
Can I say that these vehicles are the exact same car? No.
So here we are several minutes later, correct?
Yes.
And the bus is approaching another Prius, correct?
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that this Prius is stopped at an intersection. This is still on Huntsville Road, sir?
Yes, sir.
And it stopped at a stop sign, correct?
Stoplight, yes.
I'm sorry, stoplight. I apologize. It stopped at a stoplight, and it's the first car that's at that intersection, is that correct?
Correct.
And it's the government's theory that the people in the Prius were following the person in the Honda Accord, correct?
Correct.
There we go. And we'll go ahead and stop there. Can you make any of the 3 identifying factors that we discussed before, can you identify any of those with this footage?
Not from this angle.
Correct. It would be impossible to see the transponder because it's the back of the other right.
Yes.
Okay, and also you can't see the front of the vehicle where on the bumper they would have that identifying marker, correct?
Yes.
And more importantly, it's impossible, even though it's a great angle, you can't see the license plate, correct?
Correct.
At some point, you were able to determine what the license plate was, correct?
Yes.
And you weren't able to enhance this video to show whether or not this is the same vehicle, correct?
Unfortunately, we tried all types of remedies for that, but no, it was not able to be enhanced.
Now, this Toyota Prius has pretty dark tints on it, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what level or degree of tints that they had?
On this car?
Yes.
No.
We just saw we just see coming up here. Back up to 247. Sorry. this time period, do you see any other Priuses?
There'll be one in the right-hand lane eventually.
What color is it?
I don't recall the color.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's the one I recall that I've seen numerous times.
About how many Priuses, when you were doing, are you able to tell the members of this jury roughly how many Priuses are located or how many registered owners there are of Priuses here in South Florida?
I don't recall. There's thousands. I had no idea there was that many.
So now we go to the video surveillance of the bus again. And then I'll ask the same question. Based on the footage here, do you see any of the three identifying factors in the Prius in the left-hand lane?
No.
Now, this is a different bus, correct?
Correct. This is 707.
And this is the bus and the angle that you're able to make your delineations of the three identifying factors. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you get a stopping point, just saying it, I expect the jury's about ready for lunch.
Sure, I can stop right now if I'm done with my analysis of this. Yeah.
All right, well, we take a lunch break. We plan to be back ready to go at 1:15. Just leave your notes where they are. Have a good lunch. Either side need anything,
Yes, Your Honor, we'll make a request outside the purview.
right? Y'all can step out. You can step down. Yes, Mr. Everybody be seated, please.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. With respect to the deposition for this afternoon, we're on board for 4 o'clock. I believe that the state attorney's office has secured a room in both father and son coming in. I've made a request to the state attorney's office. I'm hoping that the court would entertain a possible order because that would allow us to avoid any prejudice, or it would allow us to mitigate some prejudice by getting prepared as quickly as possible. It appears that both of the Collinses are going to breach attorney-client privilege. I assume that somebody's contacted Luis Rivera to make sure that he is on board with that. But the secondary thing too is that they bring their file. I don't know if the court would sign an order for him to bring his file. If the state would do a subpoena ducis tecum to have him bring that in. My hope is to get through it today, then we can move quickly into it next week.
I think the Collins will cooperate with us. And would you ask them to bring their file, please, Ms. Kappelman?
I did, Judge, and they agreed.
All right. And would you need to deal with the attorney-client privilege issue, Mr. Rivera? You discussed that?
Yes, sir. The Collinses are meeting with their client at the Leon County Jail prior to the deposition.
All right. So let's take care of those issues.
Yeah, thank you.
Seems like somebody fiddled with the volume on the break. The volume is, I don't know, somebody to increase the volume. It's reaching kind of a reverberation. Nobody, I don't know, seems like it increased during the break time. All right, 1:15.
Thank you, Judge.
Jury's in the courtroom.
May proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please record. Okay. Okay. Detective, do you remember the government showing you, what was listed as State's Exhibit 82, which is a copy of the hybrid auto rental center, contract?
Yes.
I may. There we go. Okay. Now, you'll agree with me that in the top left-hand portion where, okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Is it on the monitors, everybody? Okay. So you were able to obtain this document from the actual auto rental center, correct?
Yes.
And in the top left-hand portion, the renter is Louis Rivera, is that correct?
Yes.
And he provides his home address, his date of birth, I'm sorry, not his date of birth, but his home address and his phone number on there, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there's a portion for an additional driver, which suggests that if he was to rent this car, the company wanted to know if another person would be driving it, that's the portion that he would fill out. Would you agree with me?
Yes, there's a place for additional driver, license number, etc.
And it's blank.
It is blank.
Now, we heard references made back to something written in pen that says the word brother and then a phone number that you have asserted belongs to Sigfredo Garcia, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know if, well, let me ask you this. Do you know what conversations were had between Louis Rivera and the person that was working at Hybrid Auto Center prior to this being drafted on the document?
I do not.
Did you attempt to inquire from the person that worked at Hybrid Auto Center as to what the conversation took place to elicit this information?
I did not.
Did you ask?
I did not.
Here we have on the same exhibit a photograph of Louis Rivera's driver's license. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see a picture of Sigfredo Garcia's driver's license on that piece of paper?
I do not.
But it does say friend's number with Louis, correct?
Can you push it up a little bit?
And that's the number, that's the same number as on the front page, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if this was, if there was any questions with regards to insurance, as to whether or not Mr. Rivera had insurance that elicited this response?
I do not.
Do you know if the person from the car rental place asked if there was a second phone number that they could contact Mr. Rivera with, and he gave this number?
I do not.
And this document indicated that they were supposed to return the vehicle on what day?
July 17th.
Were you part of the team that arrested Sigfredo Garcia?
I was present. I had no involvement in his actual physical arrest.
When they arrested Sigfredo Garcia, he had two phones on him, correct?
I don't recall two phones.
You don't recall two phones?
I do not.
Do you know who would have counted his phones?
Most likely Hollandale Beach.
And it's your testimony today that you don't recall a second cell phone being part of the.
Once or twice. Good one. A little bit more, but I did.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Luis Rivera was already in federal custody when the arrest warrant was issued for Luis Rivera, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain through your law enforcement connections how many cell phones Luis Rivera had when he was arrested?
I don't recall. I don't remember that coming up.
Do you know what a burner phone is?
Yes.
You described to the members of the jury what a burner phone is?
The burner phone is a secondary phone that's typically carried by people for nefarious reasons. And it's to keep their primary phone clean of any type of criminal activity.
And in your experience, or in the vast amount of experience, almost 3 decades of experience that you have as a law enforcement officer, would you agree with me that people that are professional criminals, like members of gangs, carry multiple phones?
Yes, most of the time.
And you'll agree with me now, I know you indicated that you don't recall if there was a second phone, but you'll agree with me that the only phone that your office, along with this investigation, pulled information from was the number that we saw on that car rental document for Sigfredo Garcia? Sure, no problem. The only phone that you guys pulled records of and determined activity was for Sigfredo Garcia was the one phone number that was listed on that car rental agreement?
Yes.
And if it comes out that there's a second phone,
That's not a proper question. I can tell from the start, let's think of it.
let me ask it this way.
May I adjust the light on that? It's pointing right at us.
Okay, sure.
Let me ask it this way. If someone is known to have multiple phones in this type of investigation, would you have wanted to track both phones in your investigation?
If we had knowledge of more than one phone, yes.
And just to confirm, the only phones that were tracked in this investigation was one phone for Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
And one phone for Luis Rivera, correct?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you find or locate a phone call between the number associated with Sigfredo Garcia and the number associated with Harvey Ames?
What was the second name? I'm sorry.
So, no problem. Did you find during your investigation any phone calls? Well, let me start it this way. You have the phone records, correct, Detective?
We had them, yes.
And you've done your due diligence and put yourself in a situation where you could educate these members of the jury with regards to the data on those cell phones?
To an extent,
The
yes.
best you can?
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that communication between Sigfredo Garcia and any member of the Adelson family would be relevant in this case?
Yes.
So let me ask this. From the time you started your investigation, which I would assume backtracked 6 to 8 months before the actual homicide?
Don't believe it was that far back. I believe it was, as far as the phone
Yes, sir.
data, the 1st of May. 1st of May.
Okay. So we got May, June, and then the homicide occurred in July, correct? Mid-July?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to find any phone calls between Sigfredo Garcia and Wendy Adelson?
No.
in addition to phone calls, did you look to see if there's any text messages or any kind of WhatsApps or any kind of electronic communication? Did you do that, sir?
We did that. I'm talking collectively, investigation-wise.
And as the lead detective, if there would have been a observation of that kind of communication, would you have been put on notice?
Yes.
So in addition to phone calls, did you find any other communication whatsoever between Sigfredo Garcia and Wendy Adelson? Phone calls, text messages, anything in any way, shape, or form?
No.
What about Sigfredo Garcia and the same, I don't want to keep going over all the details, but Sigfredo Garcia and Donna Adelson in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia and Charlie Adelson in any way, shape, or form?
No.
And we do know that there was a substantial amount of communication between Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Magbanua because they have a child in common, correct? And a relationship.
Yes.
What about communication between Sigfredo Garcia and Harvey Adelson?
It was one communication event.
Do you have the specifics with regards to that call?
It was on July 1st of 2014, so that'd be 17 days.
If you want to, I'm sorry, Detective, if you want to give all the exact information, I'll let you recall that. I'll let you get that information to refresh your recollection.
I have it.
It was on July 1st, 2014, sir?
Yes.
And can you tell the members of the jury what time that phone call was made?
July 1st, 2014, at 5:20 p.m. Eastern Time.
5:20, sir?
5:20 p.m.
And that went to Harvey Adelson's personal cell phone?
Yes.
Are you aware or do you know if the Adelson Dental Institute, if you call their number after 5 o'clock, it forwards directly to Harvey Adelson's cell phone?
I'm not aware of that.
If that took place in this case, would that record show that?
To my knowledge of phone records, it just shows the connection to this number, to his cell phone number.
What I'm asking you is, do you know if Sigfredo Garcia called the Adelson Institute, the Dental Institute, after 5 p.m. when their offices are closed, if the call was forwarded to Harvey Adelson's cell phone, would you be able to determine if the original call went to the Dental Institute or to Harvey Adelson's cell phone?
I'm not knowledgeable enough about that.
How long was the phone call?
It was short duration. My understanding is that there was, the phone call went through and it most likely went to voicemail.
Is there any way for you to determine if a voicemail was left?
Not to my knowledge.
Are there any calls back from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to Sigfredo Garcia after July 1st, 2014?
No.
During your investigation, I know that you indicated that you attempted to talk to certain members of the Adelson family, correct?
Yes.
Was Harvey Adelson one of the people that you attempted to talk to?
Yes.
Would the contents or the purpose, or would one of your questions have been, did Sigfredo Garcia leave you a message on your voicemail?
My attempt to interview Mr. and Mrs. Adelson was prior to not having this knowledge.
And when you gained this knowledge, they had already, in essence, indicated that they didn't wish to speak to you.
They didn't indicate anything. They just never contacted me, and the next thing I know, they're on their way back to South Florida the next day,
Well, that's kind of what I inferred, that their action, I guess their actions spoke louder than words, right?
apparently.
The government showed you a Facebook business record for Tuto Day, correct? A government's exhibit 77.
Okay, yes.
Bless you. Does Facebook have the ability to track their mobile users, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Did you inquire if Facebook has the ability to track their users?
I did not.
At any point, did you read the contract that you have to make with Facebook when you agree to be a participant as a member of Facebook?
No.
Give me 1 second, Judge. I have no further questions of this witness with I reserve the right to recall him as I know the government will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to bring your attention back to July 18, 2014. Shooting happens, you're brought onto the case, correct?
Yes,
You testified that the call went in around 11 o'clock to 911.
yes,
Now, as the lead investigator on this case, correct me if I'm wrong, it would be your goal to keep it quiet, meaning that it's not going to go out to the media for two different reasons. Am I correct so far that you'd want to keep it quiet?
would the actual homicide, keep the homicide quiet?
Correct.
It's impossible these days. I wouldn't even attempt to think that would happen.
There's a shooting on Trescott Drive. You want to make sure that loved ones don't find out through the media, right?
We'd want to get to them as soon as possible, yes.
It's also important for you, for your investigation, that it remains quiet.
Yes,
You testified how later that day you went to Mosaic, you found Wendy Adelson. You then brought her to the station and interviewed her, right?
yes,
And you were the one that informed her that Dan Markel had been shot
yes,
and that he may not make it.
yes,
Prior to that, that information wasn't shared with any family members or any media outlets.
correct.
And in fact, during that interview, she was communicating with other people. People were calling her, but nobody appeared to know anything about what had happened at the house.
Yes,
I'm correct on that, right?
yes,
And it wasn't until late afternoon, early evening, that word finally got out about what happened on Trescott Drive. Am I correct in that?
I don't know when it got, I was too busy to even know, but eventually it did, yes.
But it definitely wasn't around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock that the information was widely known about the shooting on Trescott Drive.
To my knowledge, no, not that early.
And again, you were the lead investigator.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention now to the big book that we have. Block this so I don't blind myself. Investigator, I'm handing you State 75. How many pages is that again?
575, if I remember correctly.
Does any one of those pages talk about Katherine Magbanua being involved in a conspiracy to kill Dan Markel?
In this book,
Correct.
can you repeat the question, please?
Is there anything in there about Katherine Magbanua being involved in the death of Dan Markel?
No.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the paperwork in that book spans from roughly September of 2012 all the way up until July of 2014, right?
Yes.
Just want to make sure that a big piece of evidence doesn't talk about my client at all. Just want to make sure that that's clear. That's clear, right?
Yes, because my understanding this is all prior to the homicide.
Didn't you testify in direct examination how there were pleadings that were filed right before the homicide, but how that hearing never happened because of the homicide?
Correct.
And that's in that book, right?
Yes,
So that would be right before the homicide,
up until,
July of 2000.
correct.
You know what this is?
Yes,
This is a diagram that was put together by the Tallahassee Police Department during the investigation, right?
yes,
And you know that because you were the lead investigator on the investigation.
correct.
And it fairly and accurate reports it's the same or substantially the same condition it was when you last saw it.
It appears.
Can I use this as demonstrative?
Objection.
No, sir.
Investigator, if you could explain to the jury what this is.
These are individual photos of parties associated in this case. Understand?
Yeah, stand over there.
The upper,
I could be your point, you can tell me.
upper left-hand corner is a photograph of Wendy Adelson. To the right of her, the next picture over is from Mother Donna Adelson. One more over. The next one over is a photograph of Wendy's brother, Charlie Adelson. All the way over to the far right is a photograph of Harvey Adelson, her father. Where the larger photo down on the left is Daniel Markel, the victim in this case. The next photo to upper right of him is Sigfredo Garcia, defendant in this case. Next photo over to the right is co-defendant Katherine Magbanua. And then the bottom photograph is Luis Rivera.
Try to see if I can make sense of this. You can take a seat. Can you read photographs? Take a look at those. You know what those are, right?
It looks like the same images that were on the board.
Again, first, the question here is I'm trying to find your working theory of the case during your investigation, okay?
Yes?
Who's that?
Daniel Markel.
Daniel Markel was married to who?
Wendy Adelson.
Yeah. Do you believe that Wendy Adelson was involved?
Do I
I'm
believe
going
that she?
to object, Judge, as to his opinion.
Let's go sidebar, please.
saying Markel was married to Wendy Ames.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, Wendy's father is who?
Harvey Adelson.
Is this Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And who's Harvey married to?
Donna Adelson.
You see this from there?
That is her.
They have any other children?
Yes.
Was one of them Charles Edison?
Yes.
Is this Charles Edison?
Yes.
Now, your belief is that the way that Charles Edison gets all the way around today in Markel is through Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
And the connection that's made is in between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Edison through Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
And Sigfredo Garcia has his longtime friend, Luis Rivera.
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization of long-time friend with no facts and evidence at this point to substantiate that relationship.
I'll sustain that objection. Jury disregard the last comment.
For these four people right now.
Objection. Relevance.
I'll sustain the objection as to where they are.
Has Charles Edison ever been arrested?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'll ask it again. Has Charles Edison ever been arrested in association with this case?
No.
What about Don Edison?
No.
Harvey Edison?
No.
Wendy Edison?
No.
They remain free.
To my knowledge.
The question. Go ahead, move on.
As an investigator, or when you were an investigator, would you agree with me that it was your job to objectively investigate a case
Absolutely.
and present all of that objective evidence over to the state attorney's office to make their decisions?
Yes.
And you did that in this case.
Yes.
Change gears, talk about police reports. It is normal for an investigator to put together reports while they're investigating a case, right?
Yes.
In fact, you have a stack of them in front of you.
Yes.
Now, you did that during this case. You drafted reports, right?
Yes.
Comprehensive reports.
Yes.
In fact, around September of 2014, you did about a 31-page report.
That would be,
September 30th.
I have, of which year? Excuse me?
2014. Let me withdraw the previous question and ask you this one. Did you draft a report in September of 2014?
No.
One brief moment. Move forward to 2016. Did you draft a report July of 2016?
Yes.
31-page report
Yes.
laying out your theory of the case?
I believe that is in that supplemental report that I completed.
Do you not remember?
I remember the theory, I just don't know which document it was in.
So my question is, do you not remember whether it's in that report? Because my next question would be, if you have it in front of you, take a look. Let us know if taking a look at it would refresh your recollection. I'll ask you the question again.
I don't see it in that particular report, but if you're inquiring about the theory of the murder, I do have a document in front of me that shows that, yes.
I'm talking about the report that you have from July 12, 2016. Is Katherine Magbanua mentioned in that 31-page report multiple times?
Yes, she is mentioned.
As being the conduit between the Adelson family and Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
I don't see that particular statement in this report, but it has been mentioned before. I just don't know which document it's in.
Fair enough. So in other reports, in PC affidavits, which,
Sure.
correct me if I'm wrong, are probable cause affidavits,
Correct.
that it's explained in there that the Tallahassee Police Department's view was that Katherine Magbanua was and this is a conduit.
Sure.
Now, as an investigator, you know that these reports are then sent over to the state attorney's office, and should anybody be arrested, are given over to the defense as discovery, right?
Yes.
These reports and this information that you have were drafted, again, summer, early fall of 2016, when you began drafting them.
Okay. Yes.
Do you agree? Yes?
Yes, that's when they were drafted.
Let's turn now to Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera was arrested middle of 2016, correct?
Yes.
He was looking at the death penalty.
I'm not familiar with that part of it.
You had no idea whether he was looking at the death penalty or not?
No idea.
He was arrested for first-degree murder.
Yes.
You've dealt with murder cases before.
Yes.
You know that first-degree murder carries with it the potential of the death penalty.
Potential, yes.
Would it surprise you to learn? Withdrawn. Withdrawn. Mr. Rivera eventually cooperates, right?
Yes.
On September 30th of 2016, yourself, somebody from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and others sit down with Luis Rivera and get his testimony, right?
Yes.
The following day, I'm forgetting if there's 31 days in September, but on October 1st, which I think is the following day, Ms. Magbanua is arrested.
Yes.
You have no way of knowing whether Luis Rivera was just regurgitating what you had written in your reports as to what you thought the theory of the case was, right?
I have no way of knowing what he had access to at that point.
You had written a report, right?
Yes.
You know that those reports are handed over in discovery, right?
Yes.
No way for you to know whether he's telling the truth or not.
No.
Speaking of his words, on October 4th, a few days later, so again, you meet with him on September 30th. The following day, Ms. Magbanua was arrested. And then on October 4th, you sit down with him again. It's yourself, Special Agent Patrick Sanford of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and others sit down with him and his attorney at the Jefferson County Jail. Is that right? And you guys do a couple hour long recorded statement with him, right?
Yes.
But you had met with him on September 30th.
Yes.
That was the first time that you went through this big interview with him, right?
Yes.
But you didn't record it.
No.
But you could have.
Yes.
In fact, you had a camera on you that day.
Believe so, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, right after that, you got into a van with Luis Rivera, and he drove you around Tallahassee, and you recorded him taking you around Tallahassee.
Yes.
You could have recorded him.
In the
On September 30th, when you had the first interview with him, you could have recorded it.
Correct,
In fact, you don't even need his permission to do it.
correct.
Because you're law enforcement, you have the right to surreptitiously record somebody.
Yes,
We have no way here in this courtroom today to view Luis Rivera's words on September 30th and point out the inconsistencies with his other statements, do we?
not to my knowledge.
Because we don't have a recording.
I documented a report, but no, there is no recording of the first interview with him on September 30th.
You didn't take it down like a court reporter here, did you? Word for word?
No.
No. You gave your opinion of what you thought he was saying.
No, I stated the facts as I knew them, not an opinion per se.
And at that point in time, when you were talking to him, you already had a theory that you believed applied to this case. Right?
I had a theory, it could have been broken up, but it wasn't after I talked to him.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Nothing changed after I talked to him. Nothing changed as far as the theory, as you mentioned earlier.
You've seen his other statements, right? You were there on October 4th
Right.
when he gave grossly different facts.
Objection. This is a-
October 1st. Yourself and Special Agent Patrick Sanford go to South Florida, right?
Yes,
You're there to arrest Miss Magbanua,
yes,
but you're not alone, right?
no,
Yourself and about 10 to 15 other law enforcement went to go arrest her, right?
I don't recall the number. They were already there when we got there. Sanford and I were riding together in the same car.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your deposition to know how many people were present for her arrest?
I don't know how many people were present.
Would it refresh your recollection to
Sure.
take a look at your depo? Can you read lines 4 through 10? Let me know if that helps your memory.
Okay,
That help your memory?
yes,
10 to 15?
yes,
Now, those 10 to 15 law enforcement, they were in multiple cars, right?
yes.
Guns drawn, right?
I don't remember guns drawn.
Would it refresh your recollection? Take a look at your depo again. 73, 17 through 19.
Mr. DeCosta, can you give us that citation?
Page 73, line 17 through 19. If you take a look at line 17 through 19, let me know if that helps your memory.
Okay,
That help your memory?
yes,
Guns are drawn, right?
there was some guns drawn.
10 to 15 law enforcement descending on Miss Magbanua. This woman, right?
She was the target of the arrest, yes,
So scared she urinated herself.
yes,
The reason why you and Special Agent Patrick Sanford were in South Florida was you were hoping she'd cooperate, right?
yes.
Objection.
Overruled, not a time limit.
You were hoping she'd cooperate.
Asked and
I'll
answered.
sustain the objection.
if she were to have cooperated,
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, if we can go sidebar?
We don't need to go sidebar, move on.
Part of your theory eventually comes to life when Luis Rivera flips, right?
Yes.
Violent gang leader, right?
Yes.
You hesitated there.
I don't recall what level, or I know he was,
Well, Investigator Isom, you believe he's involved in a murder, right?
yes,
That'd be violent, right?
yes.
You also believe that he's in a gang, right?
From the accounts that I read, yes,
Violent gang leader.
yes,
Before Luis Rivera gave his testimony, you agree with me that there was not enough, that the consensus between your department and this office was that there was not enough to arrest Ms. Magbanua.
Objection, calls for an opinion, improper question.
Sustain.
Before Luis Rivera cooperated, was Ms. Magbanua arrested?
no,
How many hours after he cooperated was she arrested? 24, give or
within
take?
24.
Now, you believe that there was other evidence against Ms. Magbanua, right?
Yes,
That you say that you objectively investigated.
yes,
But isn't it true that you left this circumstantial evidence arguably inculpatory by not investigating it?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
During the course of your investigation, you go to a medical office in South Florida in the hopes of getting medical records for Ms. Magbanua, right?
For Miss Magbanua.
Eventually, I think that was a question for Ms.
I want to
Magbanua.
clarify your question to me. I'm saying, you're asking me about medical records pertaining to her?
Let me re-ask the question. You were trying to get medical records for a breast augmentation that she had, right?
Yes,
You eventually get those records.
yes,
You find out that it was paid for in part between a debit card for a small portion and cash, right?
yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Oh,
I bet Charlie paid for him now.
Do you need me to re-ask the question?
he answered it, move on.
No evidence that it ties to anybody else in your theory, right?
The medical records that we've obtained?
No, the fact that she paid cash for a breast augmentation.
Correct.
But to you, it fits your theory, right?
One piece, yes.
Let's go to the next piece that you think is there. During the course of your investigation, you find out that she's driving around in a Lexus, right?
Yes,
And in your reports and in the probable cause affidavit, you just have that it's the Adelson's Lexus, right?
I think there was more language than that, but yes, that's close enough.
Now, it fits your theory if she's driving around in the Adelson's Lexus. It fits your theory that she's somehow involved in this, right?
Yes,
It doesn't fit your theory, though, if what it actually was that she bought an old, beat-up Lexus
Sorry, I have to be careful because I've got my grandson.
from a
I
friend
don't want
for
it on
$1,700,
this camera.
right?
Thank you.
if that, I'm not sure what the question is in there. I'm trying to,
We'll come back to that one. What year was the car?
2001,
So in 2014, it was a 13-year-old car,
yes.
right? Now, you told me you objectively investigated this case. How many miles were on the car?
I don't know.
You would agree with me that the amount of miles on a vehicle would dictate the price.
It would have a factor in dictating the price, yes.
because the engine inside of a car is sort of like a heart inside of a person, right?
Yes.
Old engine may not have much time left, right?
Yes.
Now, you never did anything investigation-wise of going out, finding the Lexus, determining what kind of condition it was in, right?
I took the make, model, year of the car, generic options. I don't recall what they were.
I'm not asking you,
Don't interrupt me.
And,
Finish your answer.
and I used that to determine what the car's value was.
and that's where I'm going to, I'm not asking you for the value of the vehicle found through online sources. All right? What I'm asking you is, did you ever find out the condition of the vehicle? Had it ever been in any accidents?
I don't recall.
Did you ever subpoena any records to find out if it had ever been in an accident?
No.
You would agree with me that a car with multiple accidents could affect the value.
Yes.
No pictures were ever taken of the car for us to be able to show this jury what kind of car it is, right?
I don't have any photographs of the car.
You're just here to say it was a Lexus, right?
I'm here to say that there was a 2001 Lexus LS 430 four-door sedan, black in color, that on surveillance video appeared to be in good condition.
13 years old, 160,000 miles, right?
I don't know what the mileage was. I know that the years is inarguable. Yes, 13 years old.
During the course of your investigation, you do try to get a title to the vehicle though, right?
I think we were tracking the ownership of it. I'm not quite.
You wanted to see if it tied to the Adelsons.
Right.
And you get that title, right?
Yes.
We're about to do for break anyway. Let's take 10 minutes. Let the jury step out after lunch. It's a little hard. 10 minutes. Either side did anything. All right.
Part of 2014, she did reportedly work in some type of nightclub.
And you would agree with me that somebody working in a nightclub doing VIP bottle service may get paid in cash tips, right?
Yes.
Of course, you investigated this, right?
No, I have no way of knowing where. I couldn't find any employment records for where she was. I checked wage and hour. There was nothing showed that she was employed at a particular establishment.
You learned that she was working at Hollywood Live, right?
I was told she was working at Hollywood Live. There's no documentation to prove she was employed at Hollywood Live.
You never subpoenaed any documentation?
No.
You never went to Hollywood Live?
I did not.
Never spoke to owners, managers,
No.
other coworkers?
No.
You also learned that she moved from this small nightclub to a larger nightclub called Fate, and that she was also working there, right?
Once again, reported that that's where she was. Nothing to substantiate that. No employment information available through the state wage and hour.
Isn't this willful ignorance to not go and investigate it and just assume, well, there's nothing in front of us, so we'll assume that she didn't work there?
I checked for wage and hour through the state. There was nothing that indicated that she worked at either one of those establishments.
You know that she's working a job getting cash tips, right?
Once again, reportedly, she works at these type of establishments. And yes, I know that there's a lot of cash that gets floated around. But as far as a minimum wage or anything along that lines, nothing.
Never went to either nightclub.
I did not.
Never spoke to any owners.
I did not.
Never spoke to any managers.
I did not.
And in your words, not doing that was an oversight.
I never said it was an oversight.
Would it Do you not remember if you ever said it was an oversight?
I don't recall saying that it was an oversight.
Page 111, lines 3 through 18. Would it help you to take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
If you would please read lines 3 through 18, let me know if that helps you.
Okay.
Not going to those clubs was an oversight, right?
My answer to your question in deposition was, it was just an oversight, if you want to call it that.
Okay. Next piece. Paychecks from the Adelson Institute. You remember that, right?
Yes.
Now, your belief is that these checks were just given to her for having been involved in a murder, but that she wasn't actually working there, right?
Actually, I didn't know where they were stemming from because they had the same amount all the time. I just was curious to find out what she actually did for that compensation.
Let's talk about what you did to find that out. You learned during the course of your investigation that her job was to communicate with patients of the Adelson Institute, right?
No,
Do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Would it help you to take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
Page 117, lines 4 through 7. Please take a look at lines 4 through 7. It'll help you.
Okay,
Communicate with patients?
that's what it sounded like from conversations that I overheard.
I'm asking you. You learned during the course of your investigation that her job at the Adelson Institute was to communicate with patients, right?
I'm saying that I heard secondhand through a conversation that hasn't been entered, I'm sure, yet into this court, but it sounded like that she had some type of communication with patients.
Did you subpoena patient records from the Adelson Institute so
No.
that you could communicate with patients and find out?
No,
What about going down to the Adelson Institute and waiting for patients to come out and talk to them and ask them, have you ever spoken to Katherine Magbanua?
I did not ask any patients that, only employees that were at the institute at the office when we delivered a subpoena.
Now, you also, during the court, before your retirement, the Tallahassee Police Department receives all of Charles Adelson iCloud data, right?
My understanding is yes.
You reviewed that,
Don't recall reviewing it.
but you had also heard that there was communications with patients in his phone, right?
No, I do not know that.
No evidence that it was improper payments for work not done, right? You understand my question?
No,
All right. You don't have any evidence that Katherine Magbanua was not actually working at the Adelson Institute, earning every penny she was paid, communicating with patients, right?
correct.
Let's go back to Luis Rivera. September 30th, October 4th, he gives you his story, right?
Yes,
Now, part of that, you and your colleagues asked him where the murder weapon is, right?
yes,
That's important in a murder case, the murder weapon. Right?
it's nice to have.
Don't have it in this case.
Not in this case, no.
Few attempts were made to find it.
One more time on the question?
A few attempts were made to find it, right?
Yes,
3, 4 times?
yes,
Now, Luis Rivera was actually there when the gun was disposed of, right?
according to his testimony, yes.
But he was never able to give you the location.
He provided possible locations, but a firearm was never recovered at those locations.
Possibly he didn't want you to find it.
Very possible.
Now, at some point, he draws you a picture of the bridge where he believes that it was disposed of, right?
Yes, he did a hand drawing.
I'm handing it with the 3 Marcus defense too. You know what that is, right?
Yes,
That's a drawing done by Luis Rivera.
yes,
And you know that that's a drawing because you were in the room on October 4th when he handed over to you.
yes.
And that's in substantially the same condition it was in the last time you saw it.
It looks like a copy, but it doesn't.
Defense moves in with the 3 Marcus defense too.
Any specific objection?
Nothing other than the general objection. No.
Nothing other than the timing of it?
Yes, sir.
Right. I'll admit defense to Magbanua.
Was this originally written in crayon?
Objection, argumentative.
Or is that a real question?
I'll withdraw it, Your Honor. Investigator, this is a guy who in exchange for 7 years for a murder that he's involved in and helping you try to find the murder weapon, this is what he draws for you. Right?
During the October 4th interview, he voluntarily supplied this, stating that he drew it the night before. He was not asked for this, he voluntarily provided it.
And again, we're talking about Luis Rivera,
That's correct.
grown man.
Yes.
Change gears a little bit. Juan Marcos Vega. Did you ever do any investigation into Juan Marcos Vega? Let me withdraw that question. You never investigated Juan Marcos Vega, right?
Correct.
You were never even given that name.
I don't readily recall the name.
Last topic. Talk about evidence of innocence. Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested May of 2016, right?
Yes,
Lots of media, right?
yes,
You would agree with me that this is one of the biggest media cases in Tallahassee history.
yes.
And that media has gone beyond Leon County, all over the state, all over the country.
From my understanding, yes.
And all that media talked about Katherine Magbanua, right?
And I think everybody was talking about, from my understanding.
She didn't flee, right?
No.
Probable cause affidavits. And again, that's what you write to get a warrant signed by a judge to arrest somebody, right?
Yes,
Probable cause affidavits for Katherine Magbanua were leaked to the media, right?
my understanding was yes.
Summer of 2016.
I don't recall the time, but I do know that there was some type of, from some place, there was some type of press release or leak, however you want to call it.
For first-degree murder.
That's the charge, yes.
She doesn't flee. Do you understand the question?
She doesn't flee? You're asking me, did she flee?
She didn't flee, right?
No.
Sometime after that, television show called 2020, a very popular television show, did a special on this case, right?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Investigator, you would agree with me that your theory that Ms. Magbanua was the conduit was that you have no communication in between Charles Adelson and the people who took Dan Markel's life, right?
That's one part of it.
Was it not that during this investigation, it became evidence that conspiracy likely existed between one or more members of the Adelson family and the current defendant, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, and that it must have gone through Katherine Magbanua? Since there is no evidence directly linking Garcia and Rivera to any of the Adelsons?
That sounds accurate.
It sounds like your words, right?
Yes.
So during this trial, we're able to establish that there is communication in between those parties. Then you would agree with me that Katherine Magbanua was not involved, right?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
So we do have the one call from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, right?
Yes.
So your theory of the case is not entirely dependent on, whether we can establish that there's no communication whatsoever between anyone that didn't funnel through Katherine Magbanua.
Judge, I'm the object of the characterizations, communication.
I mean, there's other parts to this case other than did every single piece of communication funnel through her?
Correct.
All right, so for example, we've got a wiretap that we're going to talk about later, right?
Yes.
And part of your decision to make an arrest had to do with what was her conduct on that wiretap, yes?
That's correct.
And we've got phone records putting her in the middle of it, right?
Yes.
Financial evidence putting her in the middle of it.
Your Honor, outside of the scope of direct and cross-examination, I never talked about any of this.
Overruled.
Correct.
Okay? And the defense says she was working at a bottle club. If she was working at a bottle club, was she doing it in July of 2014, the month that Dan Markel was killed?
It does not appear so from what I understood.
In fact, witness testimony suggests that she was not at the bottle club then.
Objection.
Do you have any evidence to indicate she was working at a bottle club the month Dan Markel died?
No.
But if she was, she had the best month of her life, didn't she? Because she
Objection, counsel.
deposited.
Testifying.
Stop, Ms. Kaplan. All right. Y'all settle down. All right, we're gonna be polite here. If you have a legal objection, state your legal objection. Finish your question, Ms. Kaplan, and then I'll hear your legal objection.
The month Dan Markel died, Katherine Magbanua deposited significantly more cash than any other month that we looked at surrounding the time of the homicide. Would you agree with that, Detective?
Objection, leaving outside of the scope of both direct and cross-examination.
Overruled.
That is correct.
Did she report any cash income on her tax returns from working at the bottle club?
Objection, Judge, uncharged crime.
Overruled.
There was nothing reported that I saw.
Do you have any financial information to indicate that Katherine Magbanua paid $1,700 for that black Lexus?
No.
Do you have reason to believe that black Lexus was worth significantly more than $1,700?
Objection, hearsay, personal knowledge, and proper opinion.
Overruled.
Please repeat it.
Do you have reason to believe that that black Lexus was worth significantly more than $1,700?
Yes.
Do you have evidence to suggest that the black Lexus was not in crappy condition, that in fact it was in pristine condition?
I understand that there is conversation or communication regarding a lot of expense put into the car. But as I said before, I did a generic check. I did not know the condition of the car. I did not know the exact mileage. I put a mileage amount based on how many years and average miles per year of driving. So just a generic check of the value of the car.
Judge, I would object to his answers being speculative.
Overruled.
I would object to hearsay to him putting into any sort of website to find out the value of a vehicle. There's many-
Let's go sidebar, please.
Do you have any evidence that Ms. Magbanua had any contact via phone or otherwise with any patients of the Adelson Institute?
No,
And there was a period of time, a significant period of time that law enforcement was listening to her phone calls, yes?
correct.
Do you have any evidence that Katherine Magbanua ever was physically present at the Adelson Institute?
None.
But she began receiving paychecks from the Adelson Institute 2 months after the homicide.
Yes,
And you asked the employees there what it was that she did.
correct.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury what it was, if anything, that she did to earn that money.
Objection, hearsay.
I beg your pardon?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
But they did not have any type of, they did not obtain any type of job classification or responsibilities from the employees at the office that I went to.
Did you request a copy of her employment file?
Yes,
Did you receive that?
no.
All right. Did you receive any documentation from the Adelson Institute?
I received a listing of checks paid to Katherine Magbanua by the Adelson Institute.
Was there a application for her applying for a position there?
No,
Was there any kind of tax documentation?
I did not receive that, no.
Was there any type of description of her duties or the position that she was hired to do?
No,
You have a moment to confirm. Nothing further.
Any juror have a question of this witness? Write your question down, go sidebar. Okay, so what we'll do, I'll ask the questions that have been approved of the witness. He'll answer those, and then I'll allow the attorney to follow up. So that's how we'll do this question. You had mentioned some identifying characteristics of the Prius. I believe you listed three things. Were you ever able to actually confirm those actually on the car or from some other source after the fact?
can I answer freely?
Yeah, certainly.
The subsequent investigation found that by the time we had tracked the car down to the hybrid rental place, they had sold the car. The car had been sold to a locksmith company in Miami. The car was tracked down, but it had already been painted. I believe both mirrors have been replaced. Of course, it has a new sun pass. There's a lot of tolls down there in the Miami area. So it had been changed, but the tag and the vehicle identification number matched what was provided through the sun pass records of Florida Department of Transportation.
I'm talking about some of those things in the premiere video. I think we talked about the premiere video. Can you tell whether you have this black side mirror in that video?
The one image, if y'all recall, that I felt like was the best side image of the right side of the car was where they stop and the car stops and another car starts to back out and they almost collide.
I mean, it was very close, I thought. That's the best image, and if you play with the tinting of how much color is on the screen, it's apparent that mirror on the side is black as opposed to the other mirror, which is the same color the rest of the car.
One of the jurors, apparently it was of the belief that they had seen a sticker on the back right-hand side of the Prius. Do you remember seeing anything like that?
I don't recall that. The best image I would think would be when the bus is directly behind the car at the stoplight on Thomasville at Metropolitan. I don't recall any stickers on the bumper area or any place on the backside.
If by chance there is, that was never identified.
No.
Okay. And why was it that the first interview with Mr. Rivera was not recorded?
The state attorney's office, it was determined by the state attorney that the first interview that we did on the 30th, because it had a lot to do with what possible sentence Rivera would get for his cooperation, that was decided that it would not be recorded. It was monitored. I do recall it was monitored by members of the state attorney's office, but it was, in other words, the camera's on, but there's not being recorded.
And subsequent to that, what discussions with Mr. Rivera were recorded?
That took place on, actually we went to interview him initially at the Coleman Federal Prison in Central Florida. That was recorded. There was another recording.
That was before September 30th?
Yes, that was in May. That was in May.
All right, and then after this one that we're talking about?
But then, well, I was going in order. There was one then. There was one several days later at Coleman, again, very brief. It was almost over with as soon as it started. And then the recording happened on October 4th.
Right. And what about when you were driving around with Mr. Rivera? I think you said you went out with him on September 30th.
September 30th, he directed us, myself and other agency members, to the route that he and Garcia took. And he showed us how he got to the house, and he pointed out different things. There is recordings during that time. It's on a body camera that I was supplied with before we started. And I was told when it started, don't wear the batteries out. So you'll probably, I'm assuming you'll see that sometime, that there'll be segments that are important that is recorded, him in the van and what he's talking about. And then it's turned off in between lag time.
And you made reference to wage and hour information. What were you referring to?
The state, and forgive me, I believe it's state of financial. I think it's the state finance department. I probably butchered that. But anyway, they keep track of everyone's, if you're employed by any entity in the state and they take out Social Security tax, Social Security, anything like that, it is reported to this agency. And it's very common for law enforcement when seeking employment for someone to contact that agency, and it gives a printout where the people were working, what quarters of the year they worked at different places. And that's what I was referring to.
You're not 100% sure of the name of the agency.
It's, hold on a second, I'll pull it up. It's the Florida Department of Financial Services, and it's just simply it simply shows employee wage information print. So if you worked in the fourth quarter of 2014, it shows where you worked in that quarter, multiple jobs, whatever. The first quarter of 2015, it shows where you were working there. If you were employed, not cash, but you were on the payroll.
Ms. Kaplan?
Is it common procedure when an inmate wants to cooperate and give information in a criminal case not to record the first interview?
Yes.
And is there anything unusual or unethical about the way that the first proffer was handled in this case?
No,
And you were present for that?
I was.
Okay. And it was the idea to get the basics of what it was that Mr. Rivera had to say and then have an opportunity to check it out before we made a decision whether we were interested.
Yes, because you don't know what a defendant's going to say. You want to be able to verify as much as possible. I mean, you can't take a person's word for it.
We have to compare it with the other evidence in the case.
Correct.
All right. So if, for example, Mr. Rivera would have said, I wasn't there, I've never been to Tallahassee, I don't know what you're talking about, that would have been a pretty short meeting.
Yes.
Okay. And at any time during that proffer or any of the interviews that you were present for, did I or any member of my office or law enforcement suggest to Mr. Rivera in any way what it was that he should be saying?
Objection, Judge, improper bolstering.
Overruled. Not to my knowledge.
Did anybody, me or any member of my team or law enforcement, suggest to Mr. Rivera's lawyers at any time what it was that Mr. Rivera should or needed to say?
No.
No further questions.
Garcia?
Detectives. I'll try to keep it brief. Following up on what Ms. Kappelman said about whether or not she personally influenced Luis Rivera's testimony, or whether she personally influenced, or anyone from the state attorney's office personally influenced or attempted to influence the Collinses, which were his attorneys, correct? You remember her just talking about that?
Yeah, I remember.
Now, this meeting, the initial interview was September 30th,
Yes.
and Mr. Rivera was arrested on what day? May something?
He was at the federal prison down by Orlando. I think it was the 27th, I believe. I believe it's 27th of May.
And on September 30th, at that time, the prosecution had released the initial discovery in this case.
On what date, sir?
By the time, or on or before September 30th, when you had met with Luis Rivera, the prosecution had provided his lawyers as well as our team, and not Mr. DeCoste, because you guys hadn't arrested, or wait a minute, had you? Yeah, you had. You guys had released the discovery in the case, correct?
I don't know when it was released.
The probable cause affidavit, which we've gone over, which Mr. DeCoste went over with you, that had been released outlining the government's theory of the case.
I believe so, by September 30th, yes.
So would it be a safe assumption to make that Mr. Collins, the attorney for Luis Rivera, had done his due diligence and gone over the initial probable cause affidavit on a first-degree murder with his client before you met with him?
I'm not an attorney. I'm assuming that would be prudent.
Now, Ms. Kappelman said that one of the things that she wanted to do, and one of the reasons why the interview wasn't recorded, was they wanted to gauge the veracity of the witness, correct?
Yes.
Now, during direct examination, you indicated that you did 2 interviews of Luis Rivera, one in May of 2014 at Coleman Federal Correctional Facility. Is that correct? I'm sorry, 2016. I apologize. May of 2016.
There was actually 2. I don't recall around the 27th. I believe there was 2 interviews.
Of Mr.
Rivera
while he was in federal custody.
at Coleman, yes.
And you were personally there?
Yes,
And would it be a fair assessment to summarize that he denied any involvement?
he recalled, he
Hold on.
eventually recalled, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did he give you a confession in his May
No.
interview?
No.
Did he distance himself and pretty much say I had nothing to do with it?
Yes,
June, July, August. 4 short months later, his story changes.
yes,
Yeah, substantially.
yes,
And on September 30th, when you have your first interaction with him, it's not memorialized on surveillance, correct?
no.
And one of the reasons what I just heard for the first time was that there were plea negotiations that were going on between the government and Luis Rivera during this interview.
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Were you present when the government was in plea negotiations with one of the Collinses during that interview?
On the 30th?
Yes, sir.
I wasn't in a room where there was any plea negotiations. I was never present for any plea negotiations.
Were you aware that plea negotiations were going on?
I was notified on the 29th of September that Rivera and his attorneys agreed to a cooperative proffered interview the following day on the 30th. That's what I did. I went there on the 30th.
And before that day, would it be fair to say that no specific term of imprisonment had been agreed to?
I don't have any knowledge of any term, or I didn't know what his sentence was going to be or any type of that, anything like that.
Did the state attorney's office consult with you with regards to the factors of the deal you guys gave Luis Rivera?
Can you specify what you're
Sure,
talking
no
about?
problem. Did the state attorney come up to you and you go, Detective Isom, are you okay with 7 more years after he does his federal sentence if he cooperates?
No.
In the October 4th interview, you were there, correct?
Yes,
And it was all recorded on video?
yes.
Was there any portion of communication between law enforcement and Luis Rivera and or his attorney that wasn't memorialized on that day?
Between who now?
Between law enforcement and either, well, let's start it like this. Was there any portion of that day where there was interaction between law enforcement and Luis Rivera that wasn't memorialized on camera?
Judge, I'm going to object as getting far afield of the limited purpose of this inquiry.
I don't recall anything outside of, I don't recall any contact with defendant Rivera outside of the room where the recording was taking place.
Was there occasion on that day, on October 4th, where you had communications with Luis Rivera's attorney, Chuck Collins, and you were discussing Luis Rivera's testimony before the cameras turned on?
I sustain the objection. That's outside the scope of the jury question. Move on.
Give me 1 second, Bill. The Detective Ison, do you recall whether or not the body camera that you wore on September 30th was an Axum camera? Do you know the kind of body cameras you guys wear?
No, I was never assigned a camera. I had no, that was my only time ever using a body camera. I didn't wear it, I held it in my hand. That was what was available, that was portable. That's what we decided to use from leaving Jefferson County Jail.
The
I don't know-
purpose
I don't know
of,
the brand, or I just know how to, I knew how to turn it off. And I was reminded several times, turn it off or you'll have dead batteries, so.
thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Are you
Sorry.
finished, sir?
Yep.
And the purpose of this, how long was your car ride with Luis Rivera that day?
On which day?
When you guys went looking for, where he told you he had disposed of the gun, correct?
He actually said that Garcia disposed of it.
Of course he did. But
Mr.
I apologize, Judge. I withdraw that statement.
Disregard defense attorney's comments.
So the purpose of the ride that you took with Luis Rivera was to attempt to locate the firearm used in the murder of Dan Markel.
I want to clarify the second time we took Rivera in the van on the 30th after his unrecorded proffered interview to show us which route he took. Part of that was to confirm what he was saying. We knew from the video surveillance some of that route that they took. He actually showed us something that we didn't know, that I didn't know during that ride. That was the first ride that was recorded.
Well,
On the
Detective, what did he show you that you didn't know?
He showed us where he parked at one point on a day before the actual homicide.
And where was that?
Guyton McCord Park.
Spell that for me.
I believe the first name is G-U-Y-T-E. And the last is M-C, capital C-O-R-D. It's on Armistead Road. If you turn on Armistead, you can get to the Markel residence from a back route instead of going all the way down to Benton like the Prius did.
Is that through the wooded area?
Well, it's, you just turn left on if you're going south on Thomasville, you just turn left on Armistead. And there's a park there where people can walk. There's a walking path.
Yeah.
Goes behind the houses along Prescott.
And okay. So what I'm talking about, and I appreciate you
I
educating
just
me.
wanted to verify for the jury, there's more than one ride with a recording device.
Well, I appreciate you doing that. What I'm talking about is the ride you guys took to attempt to locate the firearm that was used in this homicide.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the homicide happened at around 11 a.m., correct?
Yes?
And it's about a 6.5 hour drive, maybe 7 hours back to Miami.
Objection outside the scope.
I'll let you ask a question too, but let's get to something that relates to the juror question.
Of course. You were looking for the firearm. Did you ever find a firearm during your search?
That's outside the scope of what we're saying. Recordings, that's what we're talking about, Mr. Singer. You have a question about recordings?
Judge, I'll reserve the right to recall Detective Ison another time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Licata?
Real briefly. Just a few more questions. You were asked about earnings summaries. Earnings summaries, I think it was that you were asked about,
Wage and hours or something?
and that was from Ms. Magbanua, right?
I think the question from the jury was what department had, compiles wage and hours. That's my recollection.
And of course, you subpoenaed that stuff, right?
I don't recall if we subpoenaed it or just requested it. I don't recall.
Now, a subpoena puts a legal requirement on the person that served or the entity that served to give it over to you, right?
Yes.
No subpoena.
I don't know if we had to subpoena them or not.
Let's go now to Luis Rivera. 5/27/2016, May 27, 2016. You go and meet with him for the first time with Special Agent Patrick Sanford.
Okay.
He denies ever being in Tallahassee in his life, right?
Initially, he did. He eventually admits to being in Tallahassee
on a later date.
on a later date.
You met with him on 5/27/2016.
There was 2 interviews. The first one's where he provided that. The second one was very short. He invoked.
Let me give you the dates and then I'll ask the question. He's incarcerated in South Florida. And you go and meet with him on May 27, 2016, and again on June 3rd, 2016. In neither of those meetings did he confess to being involved in the murder of Dan Markel, right?
He did not confess to being involved in the murder of Dan Markel.
Fast forward, September 30th, 2016. You have the meeting with him. This is after he's decided to cooperate, and you go meet with him in Jefferson County, right?
September 30th.
Now,
September 30th?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Now, you said that you were told not to use the camera too much because you'd wear out the battery.
On the van ride, yes.
Okay. And you had the camera on you. You could have recorded on September 30th, but there was a concern about the battery life, right?
The body camera with the battery came up after we had the jail has their own video system. We don't need a little body camera. I needed something portable for the van ride, and that's what was provided to me.
What I'm asking you for is you had the means with which to record him in that meeting. And I'm asking you about the battery because, as you said during my cross-examination, this is the biggest case in Tallahassee history. Nobody could grab some extra batteries, record that interview.
The interview in the jail was decided by the state attorney's office that it was not going to be recorded.
So let's go into that. You worked for Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes.
That is not the Leon County State Attorney's Office. You're your own entity, right?
Yes.
You don't have to answer to them.
Well, sometimes you do.
Legally, you do not have to answer to them, right?
No, legally I do not.
You could have recorded that if you wanted to.
Yes.
Now, you wrote a report about that interview with Luis Rivera, right?
Yes.
Dated December 6, 2016. Right?
Okay. Yes.
So a little over 2 months, you spend drafting this report, talking about what he said in that interview room, right?
Yes.
Now, a moment ago, you said that, well, the reason why it wasn't recorded is because it talked about a deal and, the state attorney's office, what they want us to do. You gave an explanation to the jury. None of that's in your report, is it?
I don't know. I'd have to read it. You may read this whole thing or
Please.
it'll take a while.
All right, we'll take 10 minutes. Let the jury step out.
I'm going to see if I can fast forward what's happened. Well, that was a long break.
Yes, Your
I don't know what happened there. They must have just had a long break.
Re-ask your question, make sure we remember what you asked.
I'd asked you about the reasoning why. Strike that. So you had given an explanation as to why the September 30th interview was not recorded. Then I asked you if that's anywhere in the report that you wrote about what happened on September 30th. This is a report that was written about 2 months after the interview. And you wanted to take a look at the 6-page or maybe about,
Get to a question, please.
take a look at your report.
Yes, I did.
Anything in there as to the reason why it wasn't recorded?
No.
Anything about any deals or anything like that?
No.
Anything about the fact that the state wanted you to get a basis first?
No. No.
You understood what I meant by basis, right?
Well, after it sunk in a little bit.
The last line, the last topic, the basis. You're telling this jury that the state wanted you to go in there and find out what he had, right?
They wanted to get his testimony to try to verify as much as possible to see if he was going to cooperate and be a witness for the prosecution.
Isn't it true that a month and a half before that, Ms. Kappelman on August 8th went and met with him herself to get that information?
I'm not aware of that.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Have I had any, I don't even know what to say to that. No question.
All right, you can step down. You remain under the rule. Call your next witness.
State calls Ron Witt.
Say that again.
Ron Witt.
Please, clerk, be sworn, please, sir.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case will be true, the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Have a seat beside the microphone, please, sir. Have a seat.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Ronald Witt, RONALDWITT.
And where are you employed?
I work for T-Mobile,
What is T-Mobile?
cell phone company.
And what is your position with T-Mobile?
I am part of what's known as the Law Enforcement Relations Group.
What are your typical duties inside of the law enforcement relations group?
Primarily, the bulk of our work is production of records when we receive an appropriate legal demand. We also provide assistance on a 24/7 basis to 911 and law enforcement with emergencies involving cell phones. And then I work as a testifier where I appear in court to verify and attest to T-Mobile records.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with T-Mobile?
I'm in my 15th year.
How long have you been testifying, as I believe you said, to authenticate T-Mobile records?
Just around 14 years.
So most of your time with T-Mobile?
Yes.
You mentioned obviously, and I know it's common knowledge, T-Mobile is a cell phone company.
Yes.
Do they provide cell coverage for people here in Tallahassee, Florida?
Yes.
And to do that, does T-Mobile have cell towers or cell sites located around this community to provide that service?
Yes.
The cell towers that are here, or anywhere for that matter, that are T-Mobile's, do they collect data every time the customers nearby are using the towers to communicate?
Yes.
And if I send, for example, on my phone, I'm with Verizon, sorry, but if I send a text message or I make a phone call, does my phone communicate with that tower? God bless you. Communicate with that tower in order to facilitate that communication?
Yes.
And all of the towers here in Tallahassee, does T-Mobile keep records of all of those transactions of communications with the cell towers?
Yes.
The records that are kept of those events, calls or text messages, are those recorded by T-Mobile at the same time as the actual transaction is happening?
Contemporaneously with the event happening.
So at or near the time of the event, the same event is being recorded by your company?
Yes.
And it's the normal course of your business to keep and maintain those records?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that part of your duties, are to comply with legal demand. What does that mean?
Well, we receive requests for records. It could be in, on various type of legal demands, subpoenas, court orders, search warrants, from various agencies, both government and non-governmental agencies. And we are the central point of contact for T-Mobile to respond to such request.
Sorry, your central point of contact
For T-Mobile to respond to such request.
Okay. So let's say that T-Mobile gets a legal demand for records. Walk me through how the process is initiated to prepare and respond to that legal demand appropriately.
The legal demand will come in to our office, to a centralized database. It'll be reviewed to see what type of request it is, what they're looking for, the type of legal demand it is, and sorted based on, again, the type of legal demand and what they're looking for. It goes into a queue, and then it'll be assigned to one of the specialists to process the legal demand.
And how does the specialist process the legal demand? Do they?
We have an internal computerized program. We enter in the basic information, who the requester is, the type of request, the information they're looking for. Generally, it has a specific phone number. We refer to that as the target number, and a specific date and range of records they're looking for. That's the most general request that we receive. It's an automated system. They input that information, hit enter. It generates a unique tracking number for that. And then once the records populate, we forward on to the requesting agency.
Okay, so you would have a point of contact at the requesting agency that would request the records pursuant to a search warrant. Then you would do this automated system to process it, and the system would spit out the response that would then be emailed back to the point of contact at the requesting agency.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's not really any human involvement except for the entering the parameters of what exactly is being requested from the records of T-Mobile.
Correct.
In this case, did TPD issue a search warrant to T-Mobile for a tower dump at 3 specified locations here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
And a tower dump, is that where we're basically asking for any phone numbers that communicated with these particular cell towers within these certain areas during these certain periods of time?
Correct. You have a specific address, and generally a range from that address and a time frame, and then any information that will be transpired over the cell site within the range of that desired location and will be captured.
Okay. And in this case, we asked for, I believe, a Truscott Drive location, and Clay Boulevard location, and then a West Tharp Street location.
Yes.
And then you were trying to get any towers within a 1.5 mile radius of each of those 3 specific addresses
Yes.
for a certain time frame.
Correct.
And did T-Mobile in this case comply with that search warrant from the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what was previously shown to defense counsel and for identification as State's Exhibit 139. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I reviewed the contents earlier, and then I initialed and dated the CD.
The actual CD?
Yes.
And what's contained on that CD?
It has an electronic version of the records that we provided in response to legal demand you mentioned previously.
And those are the records that T-Mobile, the exact records that T-Mobile provided back to Sergeant Porter with the Tallahassee Police Department pursuant to the search warrant.
They're consistent with the record we provided previously, 2014.
All right, this time I'd offer the evidence State's Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
None from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
No cross.
No question.
You can sit down. Do we need to keep Mr. Witt any further?
No, Your Honor, he can be excused.
Anybody need him for any reason?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thanks for being here. Everybody next one?
State calls Wendy Adelson.
Your Honor, we could approach. Not Miss Abelson on schedule.
I know you just got seated, but I think we're gonna need to let y'all step out. Somebody get the witness. Somebody get the witness.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. We had arranged the Collins's deposition for 4 o'clock today. I believe that Ms. Adelson will take a long time. I had asked the state what the plan was. I don't know if our plan is still to take the deposition of these witnesses, if these are witnesses that are still going to be called. But we had it set for 4, and I believe that Ms. Adelson will be a long witness.
Why would she be alone?
Because I think there'll be a lot of questions from the state, from Ms. Adelson.
Everybody be in the audience, be seated. Ms. Kaplan, you expect this to be lengthy, right?
No, sir, but I think she'll probably be at least 45 minutes.
We have a court reporter that we'd like to take that's waiting to begin in about 10 minutes.
No, you see.
Thank you, Judge.
I mean, I'm not overly concerned about the deposition being a little bit late, but have you, is her attorney here?
I do not know the answer. All I know is that I made arrangements for Ms. Adelson to testify. I'm going to have,
There. Yes, but there.
no, I think you're asking about Mr. Rivera's attorney, right? Oh,
Adelson.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So, and so we need to have some discussion about immunity. Is she here? Let's have the witness take a stand.
Should I call off my report? I would like to mitigate costs, and I don't think that we'll be able to.
Wait a little while.
I don't think we'll be able to complete the deposition today then, because we're going to lose the reporters at 6.
Come on up, man. Place her under oath, please.
Swear affirm testimony about giving the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
And could I get your name for the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
At the podium.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's John Lauro, Lauro, and I'm counsel for Ms. Adelson.
All right. And it's my understanding that the state is requesting the court to compel Ms. Adelson's testimony. Is that correct, Ms. Kaplan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And based upon that, Ms. Adelson, testimony you provide and anything derived from this testimony cannot be used against you, but you will be required to answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Secretary, please.
Your Honor, I just get an estimate on the time, so I can know what
I think she said about 45 minutes.
would we then break after theirs and reserve cross for Tuesday?
No. We're going to finish today with this witness.
I understand. I don't believe that we're going to be able to do the deposition, but
That's up to you.
if you guys can secure a reporter for us. Then we reserve for it.
Oh, tonight you mean? Have to work on that. Don't know.
Wait.
Yours in the courtroom?
Everybody be seated, please. May I proceed, Ms. Kaplan?
All right, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know,
Mike, up just a little bit, if you would, please, ma'am. All right.
I'm an attorney.
all right, how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at FSU Law School.
Okay, and were you a member of the Florida Bar at that time?
I was.
All right. And did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
We met
in 2004.
Okay. And when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
Did you ever live in Tallahassee?
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you first move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006. And then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007. And then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job. He got a job at FSU Law School.
All right. And what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School and it didn't work out.
All right. So both times it was for his employment?
Yes,
Okay. Did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right. And did you live on Trescott Drive?
We did.
Home you lived in Markel, home you lived in here in Tallahassee?
That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay. And do you have family members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently? Or you can just tell us.
I live in Miami-Dade County.
And what about your parents? Where do they live?
They currently live in Miami-Dade County.
All right. And what about your brother, Charles Adelson?
He lives in Broward County.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
What are their ages?
They are 10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay. Both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markel?
Yes.
How are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office. My dad is a dentist, and my brother Charlie is a periodontist.
And does your family have a dental practice in South Florida
They do.
that they own and operate?
They do.
Is your family in South Florida wealthy? And that's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy. You may, if you don't know, you say you don't know.
It depends how you define wealthy.
Okay. Are they millionaires?
No.
Okay. When did you separate from Mr. Markel?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And was part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay. Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9/10/2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And when you separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
Was it your desire during that time to move with the children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Are you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay. And Was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right. And were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markel continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay. What was the custody situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime, it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year, it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date,
Okay.
but that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markel was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
Okay. But in any event, you were not able to move at that time.
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee.
I was happy at my job.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markel became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markel to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Objection hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember
Remember
that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things, that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children?
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype.
It's hard
between
to
you and the
Skype
children.
with two toddlers, yes.
All right, and In that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was in a motion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markel?
It was important to Danny.
It was important to him that the children observe that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay, but you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that grandma hates you?
Overruled.
Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markel was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markel? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markel take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review States Exhibit 80?
Your Honor, could I see what the state's approaching? Your Honor, and I don't know if you want to do it now or I'm gonna request a sidebar on this.
What's that?
I'm gonna request a sidebar on this.
The letter identified first.
This is States Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through, make sure this is the exhibit you reviewed previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Ailes?
They are.
And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com, whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with one of them in particular and these emails, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it, who this one was from.
That sounds right.
Okay, and WendyAdelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time, I asked you to open up States Exhibit.
We'll go sidebar. Let me give a brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markel, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously, Mr. Markel can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
Yes, Your Honor.
I notice in the emails that your mother referring to, who I think is Dan Markel, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him to make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing.
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call him that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And Jibbers would be what? How would you spell that?
I don't know that I ever spelled it out. In the emails, I think it's spelled with a J, but I guess you could spell it with a G.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to.
Ms. Adelson, you had Mr. Markel's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers, didn't you?
That's right.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Do you know anything about whether he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe that's Wendy's stack?
No.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson like Dan Markel? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also, he would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike?
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right. And was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15?
It's my best recollection.
Did Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markel?
Objection, hearsay. And,
Oh.
Your Honor, I just have a standing objection, so I don't keep
You bet.
interrupting. Thank you.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markel, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner where shortly after Mr. Markel's death, where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night, when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink, and I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table. The only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markel?
No.
Do you have any knowledge other than the statements you said your brother made or the jokes your brother made? Do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Katherine Magbanua?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home, and my brother introduced me to her. And I think we might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Katherine Magbanua at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us at the beach, yes.
Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay, does Father's Day weekend 2014 sound correct?
So June 2014, that's
Yes, ma'am.
possible.
All right, would it refresh your memory to look at the data associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Take a look at this top block there that references this photo. Tell me if you can advise when the photo was taken.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
Close to where your parents were living in a condo?
Yes.
And did you say how you know Ms. Magbanua?
She was dating my brother.
Judge, at this time, I ask to introduce State's 36.
Is there objection?
None for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
None from Ms. Magbanua, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
All right, so which one is you?
I'm the one in the middle,
And which one's Ms. Magbanua?
the one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
Okay, and this one's her friend?
Yes.
Ms. Magbanua's friend.
Yes.
Approach and show you one more photo. State's Exhibit 37. Recognize this photo?
I don't recognize that photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
All right, is Katie Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
This is a fair and accurate photo of the two of them when, I guess, during the time of their dating.
That looks right.
Judge, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move on to 637.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that picture in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken. So I would object.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Katherine Magbanua?
Yes,
Okay. And was that the context in which you became acquainted with her? Was through your brother?
yes.
Do you know when they began seeing each other, your brother and Ms. Magbanua?
I have no idea.
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Ms. Magbanua was a serious relationship?
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's over the years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay. He's a guy that has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Katherine Magbanua?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child with someone now?
He does have a child.
How old is your brother?
43?
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down for his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but it would
I
be-
may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week and that I went down for my dad's birthday, but I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th
It is.
What month?
Of July?
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And how
To visit his girlfriend?
old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972 and he died in July of 2014 before his birthday's in October. He was 41.
41 years old.
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Okay. And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Jibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did. The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so I provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes.
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify.
Yes.
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 175. 175.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone call so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay, so you listened to, you felt enough of the phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on the call?
That's right.
Okay, and when you initial next to the highlighted portions, okay, I guess I should say, the calls are listed by letter and number, each call, and then I have highlighted the names that I am asking you to authenticate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call, does that signify that you were able to authenticate that the highlighted names on that call were the voices of those people?
Correct.
Okay, so namely Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 175.
No objection from Mr. Garcia.
There's an objection from Ms. Magbanua, Judge. I
Your
can't,
legal objection?
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you would like to handle
State
it.
your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevance at this point as improper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. No, admit, State's Exhibit 175.
I want to talk about your location on the day of Mr. Markel's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Yes.
Okay. And if that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day, is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch. So I guess I had left, I was home until that time. That sounds right.
All right. So it seems like kind of around lunchtime, about half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then shortly after that at 12:29, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right, and when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what
Yeah.
it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was,
All right.
They had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. And did you make any stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. And then you went from the liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. What restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic?
Mosaic.
Have you seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car.
Like the bourbon that you
purchased that day?
That looks like bourbon, yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markel was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers? Yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money?
It felt like a lot of money to me.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened. And then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did you ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
Okay. And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same day as the funeral service for your husband?
No,
Was it the day after?
it might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Did you change your children's last name from Markel to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So after Danny died, there was a lot of press coverage, and CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I
I thought,
appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their names?
when they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe.
And was
then-
that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
It was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay. And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment like you would in the normal beginning of the school year?
That's right.
Okay. And did you also eliminate your older son's middle name?
When I legally changed their names, I did.
And you just dropped that from the name?
I did.
Okay. And that was a name that came from Dan Markel's deceased maternal grandmother, is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Aaron Adelson, and the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Okay.
So we lost an honor to both families.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Cross Garcia.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Charlie's your older brother or younger brother?
I'm the youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school,
He did.
college,
He did.
dental school,
He did.
so he has a substantial educational background.
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would
So,
potentially be a
yes.
yes. What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types of friends?
He has a lot of friends.
Would you say, well, are there certain friends that he goes out night clubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about night clubbing.
Okay. Well, when he has social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids. But I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to these social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's, I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was, I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
So your single brother is a pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good looking guy. Never been married, right?
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
He likes cars. Like
he has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
He drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
It was big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it was.
Okay. So you're telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine. I drove a minivan.
Well, but you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother.
And
No,
you-
I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it was a Porsche or if it was a Ferrari. It was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So you have a pretty successful brother, right?
He's successful, yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay, handsome guy, in good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot
I mean,
or South Beach?
sure. I mean, I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where is that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, and Lincoln Road's in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
I'm not aware of my brother using illicit drugs.
And the fact that you're not aware if he used it doesn't mean he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach and Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Magbanua?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Nicholson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You nervous?
Am I nervous?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Now you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer,
I am a lawyer.
right? So you understand that the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes,
You know the consequences of not being truthful here,
of course.
and you also have a separate obligation as an attorney to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Okay. Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No,
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson.
She is.
Where is she right now?
Right now, she's with my children
Not in Tallahassee.
in Miami.
Okay, she's not in jail.
No,
She's never been arrested before.
no,
Okay. She's not even testifying in this case, is she? To your
No.
knowledge.
to my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now.
Okay, but he hasn't been arrested,
No,
hasn't been charged,
no,
and he's not testifying in this case, is he?
no.
Are you aware if the state has attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
Okay, but you know they've received some form of subpoena.
I heard about that.
When is the last time you spoke to your family? Your mom in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on the boys.
Okay, how is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably last week at some point.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that Charlie is a father.
He is.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
Okay,
He was born in December 2017.
okay. So about, I would say that's over a year after Miss Magbanua's arrest.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know who the mother of that child is?
I do.
Who is she?
You want her name?
Yes.
Her name is Bree Price.
Okay. And is he married to her now?
He's not married.
Are they still together?
Depends on the day.
And do you know if he has any other girlfriends at this
I
point?
have no idea.
All right. Have you been keeping up with the media coverage in this case?
I don't watch any media related to this case.
Okay. So, but you are aware of the attention that has been brought on this case?
I'm aware only because of the constant death threats that I receive, yes.
Okay. So just to specify, you haven't watched any of the specials that have been on air about this case?
I have not watched any of them.
Do you know if your parents have watched any of the specials on this case?
I advise them not to. They may have seen bits of them, but I don't know for certain.
What about your brother Charlie?
I don't know.
Did you watch the state's opening statement in this case?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware of what the state's theory is in this case?
I'm not.
Now, You mentioned on direct examination something about listening to some recordings that the state provided to you.
Yes,
Okay, is that the first time you ever listened to those recordings?
yes.
Do you know what those recordings are about?
There are many, many recordings.
Okay, did they give you all of the recordings?
I don't know. I listened to what I was given, but I don't know if there's more.
How much time did it take you to listen to the recordings that you were given?
Again, I didn't listen to the entire thing, so probably about an hour to go through all of the recordings and listen to excerpts of each of them.
Of each of them. So you're not aware if the state gave you all of the recordings that they provide, that they have in their possession?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did they have you listen to any recordings that occurred before April 19th of 2016? Sorry, 2016.
So I'd have to see the document to remember the exact date on it. I do remember my birthday's in April, so I remember the dates being close to that, but I don't remember exactly.
Did they ask you to listen to the phone call where Charlie Adelson is talking to Miss Magbanua about work?
I listened to something.
Object, Judge.
Sustained.
So it's fair to say that they only let you listen to portions of the phone calls that they think are important.
I was given conversations and I listened to some of them to authenticate voices, but I don't know. I imagine they thought it was important for me to listen. That's why I did.
Did you listen to a phone call?
Objection.
Ask your question, don't answer till I rule, please, ma'am.
Judge, that will be wrong if the question contains.
Let's go that far. Needed to wake y'all up. Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
So the question was, Ms. Adelson, did they have you listen to any phone calls where it was a conversation between your brother and your mother, if you were able to identify any conversations like this?
I think I did yes.
Now, I want to talk about the circumstances surrounding your actual divorce,
Okay,
which I believe you said was finalized in 2013, right?
yes.
You just left your divorce papers on a mattress of Dan Markel in the house and left town. Is that correct?
No.
How is it that you delivered the divorce papers to him?
I called him to let him know that I wanted a divorce. It wasn't the first time I asked for a divorce, but it was the last time. And told him that I would see him when he got home. Not home, but back to Tallahassee. And then I did leave the papers for him, but I didn't leave town. I was still in Tallahassee.
Okay. So he was actually aware of that you were going to be seeking a divorce before you actually delivered the papers to him?
I had asked for a divorce several months earlier.
Okay.
That's when we started going to counseling. And he told me that if I tried to get divorced from him, that I could leave with the clothes on my back and that he would take the kids and that I would be penniless. And so when I actually asked for a divorce, I thought it best not to be there.
So is it fair to say that this was not a mutual thing between the two of you, that Danny did not want a divorce?
I don't think he wanted to get divorced.
How close is your brother's relationship, Charlie Adelson, with your mother, Donna Adelson?
I think they're close.
Would you characterize their relationship as closer than you are with your mother?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do think they talk more frequently than I do, but I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication.
And you had said on direct that your parents were not happy with Dan Markel's behavior during the divorce.
No, they didn't think he was treating me well.
And is this just Donna Adelson, your mom, or was it both Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I'm sure both of my parents felt that way.
Did they ever express those feelings to you?
Yes.
Did they call in names?
Yes.
Okay. Did one parent do that more than the other, or it was consistent between the two?
I think it was consistent between the two.
Okay. Okay, what kind of names did they call him?
I mean, I've had my memory recently refreshed, so I saw things, but my memory is, I don't remember name calling, but I did recently see emails where they called him names.
Now, after the divorce, you started dating
I
other
did.
people, right? When is it that you had your first, I wouldn't say serious boyfriend, but your first boyfriend after Dan Markel?
Probably within a month.
Okay, when did he, if you know, did he start seeing anybody else after the divorce?
He did, but I don't know when it started.
And is that Amy or was it some other person?
I know about Amy, but I don't know if there were other people before Amy.
Did you know what, at the time of the murder, do you know what, if any, future plans Dan Markel had?
I couldn't really say about his future plans, but I felt like by then he and Amy were pretty serious and he was trying to spend as much time in New York as possible.
Do you know if his intention was to, and it's only if you know, it was his intention to remain in Tallahassee, or do you know if he was planning to leave the state?
I think he always planned on leaving Tallahassee. It was just a question of when.
Okay. Do you know why? Did he have an aversion to Tallahassee, or
No,
just...
it wasn't an aversion to Tallahassee. He was a very ambitious person. And so from the moment we arrived in Tallahassee, he was always looking for a stepping stone toward a better university where he could teach.
And he took a very special interest in what he did, which is he's a law professor.
Right.
He graduated from Harvard and he studied criminal law.
Right, that was his specialty.
Okay. And did there come a time where you were dating someone by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I do.
Do you remember when you started dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't remember exactly, but 2013.
Okay. Do you remember how long you dated him for?
I remember it was less than a year, but probably more than 6 months.
Were you dating him at the time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18th, 2014?
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship. And then in late June, we had this big fight. And after that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
He thought
other people?
he thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up. When was that?
We broke up. It would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide occurred.
Right.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March, didn't you and Jeffrey Lacasse come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Okay. Does it sound, if I say that was when he was dating Katherine Magbanua, is that a correct statement or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacasse at a restaurant and with your brother and that Katherine Magbanua was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant. And so I know the restaurant, it has outside seating.
Okay. And when you met Katherine Magbanua, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend?
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic kind of way.
Okay.
Not as just a friend.
And am I characterizing Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say, you had said he has lots of girlfriends?
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Okay. Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach. and then we've already now talked about a dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No,
Okay, does Yindra Velasquez Mascaro sound familiar?
no,
Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
no,
Okay. Did you know that Katie has 2 kids?
I did.
Remember, Ms. Kawas, we're not going to get a first name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Ms. Magbanua had children?
I did know that.
Okay, did you ever discuss with Ms. Magbanua the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay, so you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markel?
No,
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Ms. Magbanua about Dan Markel and your divorce?
it's very possible that I brought it up,
Mhm.
but not,
Nothing stands out.
no, not at all.
Now, I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay,
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markel, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
that's right. at
And an
that time.
overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So a better way to describe it would be if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night, they will sleep at Dan Markel, do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markel.
Right.
And then return them to you the next day.
Or return them to school and
Or-
then,
And then you pick them up in the evening.
right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay, so the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right.
Okay, do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your 2 sons the day before his murder?
No, I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street. No.
You and Mr. Markel weren't on that kind of talking or speaking terms where you would be at the Trescott home and he wasn't there?
No,
Okay, you wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive?
I don't think so, no.
And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to creative preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Oh, but nothing late, like 11?
I don't think so.
And then what would be the usual time you pick them up in the afternoon?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is sometime between 3 and 6, I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Okay. Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson to Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge. So sometime after the fall of 2012. Sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember making a phone call to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Markel's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now, you had described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than
Joker.
a talker, but he does talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when this statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, during the course of your divorce, or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
When he bought the TV, and that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime after, starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No,
Okay, so they moved.
they did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property?
No.
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you
After I had left,
before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service for Mr. Markel?
he did not call me before I left Tallahassee, no.
Okay. Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road,
Okay.
about 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
No.
As a prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Object, proper question.
Let's go sidebar.
Proceed, Your Honor? Okay. Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Now, the life insurance policy that the state was asking you about, have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markel?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died. I do think that his family made that disbursement. I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right. All right, and I have, where did you say, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
And you stopped letting Danny's parent or Mr. Markel's parents see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay, do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
How many times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted
That's right.
by you,
By me, yes.
right? And that's not through lack of trying on their part.
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't they?
They very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is the, I'm not sure if this is the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys. Is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All
boys.
right, thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister.
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, through the disbursement to your children?
Can you repeat can you
Okay,
rephrase the
so
question? for
did
me?
you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not?
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions?
All right, any juror have a question of this question? If you do, write it down. We'll go sidebar.
Ms. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
So over 5 years have passed since Danny died. And I'm
Speak
sorry,
to them.
sorry. So more than 5 years have passed since Danny died. And a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after your separation and filing for divorce or a month after it was finalized.
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television that had to be repaired?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
Okay. And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years. And I used to cook meals for them and arrange play dates. We had sleepovers. And then I found out that, that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency. And I became very worried that they were trying to take my children away from me. And so after that time, I didn't feel a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Okay. Follow up, Ms. Captain.
Your reference to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yes, it does.
All right, that Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Thank you.
Garcia,
No follow-up question.
Magbanua.
And this email about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Katherine Magbanua was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Captain?
No, sir.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
They are.
Anybody need her any further? Magbanua?
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Hold on a second, Ms. Adams.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
You remain under their subpoena.
Your
Right,
Honor,
to you.
Ms. Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. May she return home and. is
Right.
subject
You
to
can
recall.
communicate with her about any arrangements. If you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
Your Honor, we'll reach out to her attorney when we need to come back.
All right, last thing you're gonna get this afternoon is probably not what you want to hear, but it was a little legal lesson that one of the jurors raised. They asked a question about the type of immunity that was discussed by Ms. Adelson. It's really not a fact question, it's a legal question. So this is a little legal lesson. In the state of Florida, there are three kinds of immunity. There's transactional immunity, there's use immunity, there's use and derivative use immunity. Transactional immunity means that some person cannot be prosecuted for an offense. Use immunity means that what the person says cannot directly be used against them. Use and derivative use immunity means that what they say cannot be used against them, nor can it be used to develop leads to gather evidence against them. The type of immunity that Ms. Adelson has received, because I have been the one that explained it to her, is use and derivative use immunity. In other words, what she says today cannot be used directly against it, nor can it be used to develop leads against her. She does not have transactional immunity. I mean, she could be prosecuted for the crimes involved, but what she said cannot be used against her, nor used for any leads to develop information. So hopefully that answers the juror's question that asked the question. Time to call it a weekend. Remember, we won't be meeting Monday. Need to be back here, same place, same time, 8.
I'd just like to say thank you for taking the time to watch this with me, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. Day 3 will be coming later on. Have a lovely weekend and stay blessed.